Hello and welcome everyone to the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series TFT Spring Split Finals. My name is Deadly Ghost and I'm joined here by Invective and The Real Control. Hello, gentlemen, ladies, and emperors. Uh, Invective, Control, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing really well. Thank you for the intro, Deadly Ghost. Super excited that we get to revisit Into the Arcane one more time, set 13, and see some of our familiar faces go head to head for these finals. The Real Control, how are you doing?
Thanks for the introduction, guys. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I am very happy to see that our final is going to be during set 13, probably one of my favorite sets as well. And it's going to be a really nice finals to watch as we get to see who's going to be able to come out today.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for our finals. But first things first, before we get into that, we have to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, without whom the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series would not exist. So that is Dogpatch Labs, Coca Noodles, Stack, GG Machines, PlayAid, and Logitech, and of course the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series is powered by natives. But we have a full weekend up ahead of us here at the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series, where on Friday, right now, we have the TFT finals as well as the EAFC finals happening here. But if you have nothing else to do for the weekend, you can tune in on Saturday to watch the Overwatch Grand Finals, our Rocket League Grand Finals, and our League of Legends Grand Finals on Saturday. And on Sunday, you have the Counter Strike 2 finals and the Valorant finals. So there's a whole weekend worth of gaming for you to watch. A lot of entertainment, a lot of enjoyment, and yeah, I mean, I'm very excited because it's finals weekend. Last time, because of how the patch changed, we couldn't do the finals weekend. We had to do it a little bit earlier. So this time, I'm very happy we get to do it like here. But now on to our more pressing matters, which is today's finals. We've had a long spring split ahead. We had a lot of players coming in, some old, some new. We had the Real Control participate in the tournament. Now, sadly, the Real Control did not make top 8. However, what Control really did do was win in our hearts because we love him so much, and he did really well on the broadcast, I do have to say. But well, let's see. We have 8 finalists who fought in a grueling semifinals, and well, we have Nikki Moki, aka Telku Savai. We have Sheep, Scallywag, Grub, Wiglor, Parseval, Silver, and Mai. And Invective and Control, I gotta ask you: is there anyone from here that you're really looking at very closely here as a contender for the title?
Absolutely, Deadly Ghost. I think Thelkusavai and Sheep are our two reigning and former champions of the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series TFT division. I think that those two have shown the ability to go head to head against one another in arenas such as the semifinals 2 weeks ago, and they traded like firsts and top fours between one another. So, because of the format that we are going to be playing in today, where check is going to occur after a player accrues 16 points, and then they have to win a game in order to win the tournament before we go to 5 games, then that really means that the players who have the best chance of winning today are players who know how to extend their lead in those first few games, and then those players have got to be able to close out, have got to be able to make sure their competitors stay down while they are able to rise to first place. And I do believe that players like Thelkuzavai and Sheep are the best suited ones to be able to do that here.
Yeah,
Control,
and
how
for
about
me,
you?
yeah, personally because I am from DC myself, I have a slight bias towards my semi-final games. I do remember very well that second Ken Baron game, getting that amazing Ken Baron Visionary game out, and he has also shown in the semi-finals as well with a very good placement. 19 points out of 24 actually. He is able to find those really strong boards in many of the games, and he's able to find out where his ceiling is every single game as well. So it'll be very nice to see him win as well, but it is going to be a very hard match because once again, as Invictive said, Sheep and Teal Kusaval, the reigning champion and the previous champions, they're also in the finals as well. So it's going to be a very tough battle for me to see and see who's able to stand up at the top. Sorry.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. You know, we have a couple of the contenders here. For example, Wiggler, who was able to give a lot of our other players a run for their money. But yeah, like Invective said here, you need 16 points to enter checkmate, and then you need to win after checkmate. So there are 5 games in total today. If checkmate has not been achieved by the end of game number 5, there will be. It will be, the scores will be divided by most points, and if we have a tiebreaker situation, we have some tiebreak rules that apply by number of firsts, number of seconds, number of thirds, etc. But I hear from our lovely producer Heltek, shout out to him, that we are getting ready for game number 1, and it is set 13, and it is 13.7. So I do have to ask you, are there any comps that you're most looking forward to on this patch? I know we're a few patches behind from what the current patch is and the set, but from what you two can remember, is there anything you're looking out for?
Yeah, those Chem Barons, I think that it's certainly a risky strategy when players are going to be a little bit more sensitive to being griefed and the opportunity to grief others. But we know for a fact that if you get Chem Baron online early enough, or if you have some way of saving extra HP, those cash outs are a great way of putting yourself ahead of the rest of the lobby. We want players to have the mental edge to be able to take lines like that, to take lines that are that risky when the rewards can be so great. Because if you are able to extend yourself up first, like 2 first places, then you put yourself in check for the next 3 games, and that is a tremendous advantage over the rest of the lobby. So if there's a player who can do that, they might be among these 8. They might be Thelkusavai, might be Sheep, but it could really be anyone if the cards fall in their favor.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there, Control.
Personally, I do hope to see some really strong late game scaling, like late game linear lines, for example. The rebel boards that we have seen great success in during our 3 semifinal games. However, though, that was during patch 13.18, where Set was a pit fighter, so that meant there was no more flex on that board. But in patch 13.7, that is not Set does not have that trait on him, so it will be hard to play around it. So I do want to see, hopefully, another Rebel game again, like I said. But it's really up to the players to see how they're going to play through their augments, through the characters they get. So once again, just going to really heavily depend on how the players maneuver around their boards and manipulate the units that they have.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with you there on the Rebel board losing a little bit of flexibility because Seth is not a pit fighter. However, I do think that the ambushers with like Echo and Jinx coming in there with the Rebel board can certainly be strong, because we did have a couple of players show the strength. But 13.7 was really a lot of the patch of sorcerers versus visionaries, and we even saw a couple of battles happening here during our split here in the Ireland Collegiate Esports Series. So I think we ought to be looking out for a little bit of that Malzahar and Heimerdinger visionary board that can come up. But you know, there are a lot of comms that were viable. I think 13.7 probably had a lot more in terms of comms viability than the patches that came before that.
Yeah, and as we are very soon going to head into the game, before we do, we want to give a huge shout out to Riot for giving us and our players the opportunity to be able to close out a Set 13 league on Set 13, right? I think it means a lot for them to be able to not have to make a jump to Set 14. Maybe they haven't had an opportunity to play much in the last week and a half, or maybe it's just for the purposes of continuity, but I think that makes a big difference to the story of the league to be able to say, I was, the best player here on Set 13. I think that I look forward to being able to crown who that person is in this competition today.
And yep, I personally do think that ending a Set 13 season on the Set 13 patch is also just brilliant for players as well, because it can just be a really nice memory for them knowing that they are the champion of this set within the Irish Collegiate, and it is something that we can technically say have bragging rights about throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's amazing. Echoing what you just said, it would have been a little bit different to end the split on a whole new set, but I'm very happy that we get the opportunity here. So we are going to be loading in a little bit later than expected, as we are experiencing a few technical difficulties. However, it is going. We are getting some information that we are going to enter the games soon, as far as I know. But before we do that, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Invective and Real Control. What is going to be the winning comp? So I'm talking about the board that's going to win it all in the checkmate game, and who will have it.
I think that is a hard call to make, but it's one that I am at least a little confident making. I think that it is going to be a board like, yeah, I'll call Rebels here. I think if you are able to extend your lead far enough, if you are able to get to level 9, start capping out that board, then you can really start to make a difference. And I think that the player that's going to do it is going to be, yeah, why not? I'm going to call Sheep here. So I don't have to pick the favorite, just the second favorite.
Well, to be honest, a little bit surprised considering how you were talking about that Cam Baron board there, and no, I'm kind of gonna be taking your place here, I'd say, because personally, Cam Baron board, I feel like there is that possibility where that one player finds a really good starting, like getting a Rennie or a Smeech on their boards early, and they could just lead the Cam Baron board, possibly play out for a good cash out, or once again, I do believe back then, Visionaries was also pretty strong comp. And I feel like that is probably going to be the winning board. Who it's going to be, it's kind of hard to say, but I have a feeling that it could be either Tell or Wiggler or Mike, because I feel like those three players have that skill and the knowledge of the Ken Baron lines to be able to play around that for their checkmate game.
The cop-out answer. You can't say multiple people. Okay, no, I'm just a little salty because you took one of my answers, but I do have I do have a backup answer here. So I am going to say Smeech Ambushers, and it's going to be Parsival.
Ooh, I think that is a bold claim, but it's one that I would love to see play out. All of our players certainly have, a claim to the title at this point before any games have started, but it's going to be interesting to see the way that things play out once everything gets going. Of course, after the first game, we know only one player will even have an opportunity to get into check after 2 games. You're going to have to accrue 16 points, so first and then first, in order to get into check. If you don't end up in one of those positions, if you go 4th, or even if you go 8th in the first game, your story's not over, but it's going to take you a little bit longer to get to that check position. And then you might have to make a late resurgence, a late play for the victory in one of those games later on. I think that when you're trying to call who's going to win by check, I was really looking forward to seeing some Ken Baron gameplay today. I feel like it's one of the more exciting things to reminisce on when you go back to an old set, is like, what did the econ trait, what did that like cash out trait do? But I do think that if our players are on top of their games, it's going to be really hard to play Ken Baron in a game where players know that you are able to win the entire tournament if you are able to get the cash out that you want. So I feel like those players are going to be heavily griefed further on down the line.
And yeah, I do believe that is pretty true as well, because once again, when you're in the check state, you're going to be that center of attention. You will be targeted, and focused on by nearly every single player because they don't want you to get that checkmate there. So when you reach check, then at that point it's more like a mental game, trying to make sure you can find those really strong boards at the same time, not worrying about how other players are going to be playing around against you as well, because once again, one game, one first, that's enough for you to take the championship once you reach check. So also, I feel like this finals, it's going to be a huge test on every player's mentality, whether they're trying to reach check or they're trying to prevent other players getting that checkmate.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with you there. I mean, I didn't want to be too out here with my suggestion. Otherwise, I would have said the double echo ambusher board that we saw rise to popularity in 13.5, 13.6. But however, we are having a delayed start to our game number one because of some technical issues with Tournament Realm. We're hoping to get those fixed for you very soon, and we're going to be going to a very short break. However, once everything is fixed up, we will be joining back up. So don't go too far. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome everyone, and we're back with game number 1 of the Ireland Esports Collegiate Spring Split Finals in TFT. I'm still Deadly Ghost. I'm still joined by Invective and the Real Control. We are very sorry for the break there. However, everything has been fixed, and we have already gone into game number 1. And I mean, looking at it here, we're very excited to see how game number 1 is going to go. If we can have a quick look at the encounter that was at the beginning of this game. So Wind Up Monkey. So Powder is going to be releasing a Wind Up Monkey. So because this is this is the 0.7 patch, there is still a slight possibility that the monkey will explode and make everyone take 10 damage. So it is going to be interesting come 3.5. Come 3.5, what's going to happen? So that's right after the carousel round.
Yeah, I would love to know if Del Kusavai is currently in the game. I think that it's slightly concerning if they are not picking up their orbs and fielding one Amumu. That being said, it looks like there might just barely be enough time to make some decisions here on stage 1-4 after the game is unpaused. We almost had it going there.
Yeah, so now you get to see our beautiful faces for a couple of minutes. Yeah. Did I caster curse this? Did I caster curse it?
Well, we were all very excited to watch the game start to play out. We were all very excited to return to Set 13 for one more glorious day of competition, but maybe Del Kusavai's internet had other plans for the time being, so hopefully that's all resolved very quickly. Have you ever played it like in a situation where things should have been paused, the real control?
If it's like talking about my own experiences, then I have to admit the amount of times I have been force kicked out, or like either that, or I'm just like frozen on the screen, like the mouse just doesn't move at all. It's really annoying as a player when you're playing those games for like something like that to happen though, because like you don't know what's going on, you don't know what's causing it at the same time, and it's like really annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be a very frustrating situation to deal with. I think as far as I'm concerned, I would almost never want to be in one of those positions. But then, when you are a competitor in one of these situations, when you are on the tournament realm and you have the ability to pause the game, it's good to know that there's either an admin or another player watching out for you, and recognizing that something's not entirely right. Let's make sure you have the opportunity to reconnect before the game goes on.
Yeah, I can only speak to my past experiences in League of Legends and a couple of tournament games where it's tournament mode. But yeah, whenever someone needs a pause, we would pause immediately. But yeah, if your internet goes boom and you kind of disconnect, well, yeah, not much you can do about that until your team or the admins notice. But yeah, we hopefully will get Del Kusavai back in very quickly, and hopefully we can continue. But good news is the game was able to start, so at least there's some, it's something. The meme, it's something. It was like this, right?
Yeah, it ain't much, but hey, I gotta ask you guys, what are you hoping comes out of the wind up monkey? Because if we are able to continue this game, this is one of my preferred encounters. I think it's a lot of fun, and you never know what's gonna happen when little Powder gets involved with the situation.
When Powder gets involved, we all know it's just not going to be fun, or it's just going to be something very hectic. Because there's one thing that you do not want to see a lot of, unless you're win streaking and you want to make sure you can just dominate from early game, and that is that explosion. Losing 10 HP, very annoying, especially when on a loss streak. Because losing 10 HP, it's a lot. It could be literally just that 10 HP that gives you either that one round of room for error or not. Because yeah, it's not really fun to be seeing around, especially when you're in a very big, desperate location.
Yeah, I mean, I hopefully we get one of that radiant refractors to see some radiant items and turn the game on its head. I mean, the things that I do not want to see, bless you, is the game breaking because of Tournament Realm, because I do know that the Wind Up Monkey has broken a few games in the past. So
I think
fingers crossed. Let me knock on wood very quickly. And
Yeah.
and hopefully we don't get any game breaking bugs.
well, hopefully the
No,
Wild Monkey
don't
will
do
decide to
that,
not
please.
explode on the Riot servers. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Powder can cause a little bit too much chaos for her own good. I think that, Thelkuspai might still be experiencing some technical difficulties as of this moment,
Mm.
but please be patient as we would all love for this finals to go on very smoothly after this all gets resolved. I think that, you know, uh, as for my favorite Wind Up Monkey, I think that if it is possible to just get a lot of gold out of it, I think that makes
Mm.
4-1 very, very interesting. Or even 3-7, the neutrals round, because that means that like players have to update their sense of pace when it comes to what they're going to do with the game, right? Are we going to start rolling down for 3 or 4 cost carries a little bit earlier as a result? And are we going to have to make use of those shorter round timers where, if you're not rolling on 4-2, then you are going to have a few less seconds in that round to make a decision. So it's really going to reward someone who can think on their feet to move quickly. And that might be a little difficult with an old set, but it's still very fun to watch to me.
I happen to retain a lot of knowledge for previous sets, at least when the new set starts. So, if I'm not mistaken, if you get a good cash flow from that Wind Up Monkey, you can still technically level up to 8 on 4-1 and then start your roll down on 4-1 and try to get a couple of those 4 cost 2 stars before anyone else in the lobby. But if everyone gets the money from the monkey, it's just going to be everyone rolling down on 4-1. So maybe someone will take a risk on the wolf round.
I do believe though that whatever the monkey gets for one person, everybody does get it though. Like if one person gets gold, everybody gets gold. So also at the same time, like at that point, it depends on either if you're once again that gold could be used in multiple positions. If you're playing like those high late game boards, level 8, level 9 boards, that 25 gold super useful, especially if you didn't have a good early game for that gold inflow in that influx. And it can really push you back into the game. Or for those reroll comps, that's a lot of extra gold, especially if you're only just like three units off hitting that 3 star. It's super comfortable for you to work around with. The 25 gold is obviously worth a lot, but also components, items, that's also something that Powder's Monkey is able to give. And it's also something that could be a saving grace if our players didn't have the items that they might have been looking for. Those components might be able to help them out a lot in their positions.
Yeah, when we talk about the different value that components and things like the Radiant or the Masterwork upgrade can provide to different players, they do really vary quite a lot by the composition that you are currently playing, right? If you are in a reroll situation, to me, it makes a lot of sense that you would love to see a Radiant item come from the Wind Up Monkey because so much of your power ends up being stacked in a carry such as Smeech or in a frontliner that's in like that Visionary reroll board, or in some situations if you're playing Zeri reroll, that can really benefit you to stack up one unit much more powerfully than the rest. On the
Yeah.
other hand, if you're playing a composition that doesn't have like that many item slots, that many carries to go around, then those extra components in certain variants of the Wind Up Monkey can hurt your position a lot relative to the rest of the lobby, right? That just means that, you know, other players are going to have their duo trio carries online and you are not going to have the same ability.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you there, especially for like someone like Smeech and Zeri, because you want to give them a lot of good items, and if you get the radiant refractor from it, that blessed bloodthirster or the radiant Gunzus for Zeri could prove to be so powerful and actually give them some late game power as well, which we know that Zeri and Smeech and some of those early low cost reroll boards lose in the late game. But yeah, we have heard So we have heard some news that the issue has been fixed, but I do believe that the game is going to get remade because of some technical difficulties. So hopefully everything is fixed. Hopefully we can get into our game number one. Right now we are so sorry, everyone. Normally we would be going in game number two right now, but well, hey, this is usually our starting time, so not much has changed from start time for the regular split. Am I right?
Well,
Yeah.
you have to end how it started. So we're gonna start at 8. That's the only way
Yeah.
we can end it anyways. But anyways, we will be waiting for the game to begin. And anyways, guys, what are you guys looking forward to seeing then? What do you think the portal is going to be then for this game then?
Ooh.
Give me a prismatic party, the perfect timeline
Oh,
where
Yeah.
all three augments are prismatic. I
Yeah.
think those get a little bit interesting. When you're not competing, I think that you have the opportunity to cheer for a little bit of chaos. You have the opportunity to want things to go a little bit crazy. If you don't have a horse in the race at the very least, I think that it's in your interest as the viewer to watch things
Yeah.
get crazy.
So I actually agree with you there. However, I think that the prismatic timeline, I would actually want it to happen once a few players have reached checkmate to fully enter chaos. There, as I think we lost Invective's camera there for a second. There we go. Welcome back, Invective. But yeah, I would love to have the prismatic party once a couple of players have reached checkmate, and I think it is going to be Vi tossing us two component anvils for the portals. It's it's a little bit of a mini version of the wind up monkey that we usually see. And I think with how good our players are, they can utilize those anvils very effectively.
yeah. So like following on with the prismatic party, that's probably the greatest way to end this party of comp, and I do hope to see that soon. However, though, I feel like Warwick, he's hungry. He's been waiting for too long. He needs to be set free. He needs to see some action here right now. He wants to see all the bloodthirst. So yeah, I feel like he's going to be making a quick appearance to start us off in a bit
Mm.
as we still wait for the game to begin.
Yeah, that spoils tempo lobby. It can be a very intimidating situation to play in when you are in a tournament. I don't think tempo is necessarily the name of the game for all 8 of our players. We've mentioned before that Delkuspai has this sort of game plan where he is going to figure out a relatively uncontested line in the mid game, the best line for the spot that he's been offered, and then pivot generally towards that. I don't think that strategy. I'm sure that's not all Thalkusavai can do, but that strategy is a little bit weaker in a lobby where you want to make as many decisions as possible at the start of the game to kill units and to win rounds. That can be very difficult. So, yeah, there are plenty of portals, plenty of encounters that can change the way some of our players play alongside their preferred tempos or not their preferred tempos.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. I do think Telkusova has probably mastered the art of pivoting in the later stages in the later points of stage 3, and then get a very high power board in stage 4. However, like you said, when you have a Warwick, when you have something like maybe the uh Ambessa training dummies, something that kind of forces you to play a certain thing from the start of the game. If you are Tel Kusuvai, who has this playstyle that has brought you so many victories, you do have to change it up a little bit. However, he wasn't the point leader for nothing. Only had one game that wasn't the top 3, and that was the first game. The first game where I'm guessing he had jitters because 1/8 and then everything else was top 3. So I think it's fair to say that he has a couple of tricks up his sleeve.
The couple might be an understatement. I do think he probably has a good bit under his sleeve. A bit more than maybe some of us might know, but we'll see what he can pull up anyways.
That's for
Yeah,
sure.
100.
Uh, do you have a particular unit or like a unit item combination, maybe an artifact combination that you'd like to see at some point today?
Mm. Ghost, do you want to go first?
Uh, I'll tell you what I don't want to see. I think that one's a little bit more. I can constrain that to one unit, and that is RFC Nocturne. I have seen
Oh,
that unit way too many times, and I do not want to ever see it in any game ever again. And it is gold subscription for our portal, so Caitlyn decided enough is enough, and she wanted to make an appearance.
yeah. Well, I guess that we won't be getting for now. You will have your eyes cleansed to make sure we don't see the RFC Nocturne, as we will be getting that gold subscription. Once again, gold subscription grants a lot of gold throughout the game, helps speed up the tempo quite a fair bit as well. So we'll see how players decide to interact with that. As we now head into the game, we can now see Parsifal's board, if I'm correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, we
this
can
is a
see
very
Parsifal.
intriguing start.
It is a very intriguing start, actually. Yeah.
Like being offered these two bruisers at the very start of the game, these two 3 costs, I think that this opens up your early game options very well. And you can see that Parzival's already got some of those options on lock. The Zyra is going to be a powerful early game carry with an Ionic Spark open, and you could see Parzival pivot this into one of those more powerful AP lines down further on in the game.
Oh, imagine if you get something like high voltage with the items already for the spark. The memories of the triple spark are fresh into my mind. Uh, yeah, I would love to see some of these boards. You could also see the Bruiser Twitch board, which we saw quite a bit come up here. So we'll see what happens as the first round of augments is coming in, and it is the start off. It is gold, and we have all the shimmers here for Telkusvai. So yeah, Telkusvai with a very neutral augment that allows him so many possibilities for gameplay uh, towards the mid game.
Wow,
Yeah.
As we're
there
going
is already going to be a Ken Baron player. We saw Mai activate that. We saw them activate the scapegoat as well. I think that this is going to be a very powerful opener, but let's see if our players are aware. Let's see if our players are willing to grief this position.
Ooh.
Well, I do think though that Mai had a very good start. Free camera in 2-1. It is very comfortable to play, but we'll see how it goes now. As you can see, he's headed up against Scallywag here, and he's able to get the gold from the scapegoat, which is very nice. And Donata class gets one trade. That's good, saving up a bit of HP for the long run to make sure he has a bit more HP to work with for late
Wow.
game.
That is going to be an incredible start for my this the scapegoat actually helping him out. Gold for dummies here. Oh, for Parsival. That's going to be a very interesting one as well, especially because the bruisers can be tanky here as well. So I mean, Parsival is going all in on that economy build up. So we're going to be looking at a fast 8 probably for him. I wanna check out what everyone else got in the lobby. So this is Telkusvai, who went the early level 5 here, and who already has
Oh,
an Infinity Edge on his Violet, and it's a Violet 2, a Darius 2, a Trundle 2 as well. This is a very strong stage 2 board. I think Telkusvai can probably keep his board as it is, and still get a massive win streak all through stage 2 here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if you are going to level up aggressively, you do want the resources that you get from things like gold subscription from that collector to start, bridging the gap between you and everybody else in terms of econ. And it is not without its risks, right? This is a very upgraded board, but it is missing certain synergies. If you go up against something like this bruiser board, you could also end up losing when they upgrade a few more units later on down the line. So, Fel Kuzvai has made a gamble in the sense that he's saying, I don't think these other players are actually going to be able to put together a board that rivals mine this stage. I am going to level to make sure that they feel the pressure. Not just I get the win streak, but they feel the pressure.
Yeah, I
I mean,
think that is a very smart move. I think that is a very smart move from Tel here as we look at Sheep and who's this again? Is this my board, I believe? Considering there is Ken Baron. Yep. And
yeah.
it is very close. Oh, that is okay, that oh dear. As a okay, so not a great position for Mai to be in right now. He got a win under the Ken Baron line. Not something you would like to see right now because there's a loss streak. You have to rebuild all over again, and that is going to take some time to get back into it. So kind of unfortunate, but we'll see how he manages to play from here from now.
So having been in this situation before, I can 100% tell you that unless you get Tiniest Titan, you are probably looking for the 300 to 400 cash out, and that's if you're lucky with your losses there. So it's going to be a very difficult position for Mai. I think, yeah, he's gonna have to think on his feet very very quickly here to see how it's going to turn out. But we saw Cooking Pot there, and we already saw the Bruiser emblem coming in. So I think we might be seeing the Twitch board coming in here. So yeah, we're seeing it right now. That's Silver there, who's playing the Bruiser emblem, and we have 4 Bruiser up against the Adrenaline Rush quick strikers here, and yeah, these Bruisers are very tanky, and the Zeri is starting to build up a couple of wins. So Scallywag's win streak is going to be broken, and other than Wiglor and Telkusovai, not a lot of streaks are kept here. So what does this do for everyone else in the lobby not named Wiglor and Telkusovai?
Yeah, great question. I think we should take Scallywag's spot as an example. This is not the easiest spot to play, but it's helped by the fact that you do get a little bit of extra econ from the encounter. I think that you are going to need Scallywag to roll down effectively on level 6 to upgrade units like Akali and Nocturne, and if he's really lucky to find something like that Mbessa here in stage 3. But you go up against Felkusavai, who already found a Twitch to put this IE collector on. You're gonna start having a bad time. The Sunfire is also such an ideal early item, and I think Felkusavai is off to a incredible start here in game 1 of the finals.
As much as we talk about it a lot, I'm just gonna say it again. Tel Kuzovaya has found a really comfortable position to play in, especially level 5 hitting that Twitch. It kind of gives you a chance to secure what comp you want to play very quick into the game, and I feel like that's gonna be very important as well because you want to make sure you have something you can play around with soon. But then again, I do see this cooking pot player. I can't read the ID there. It should be Silver. Yep, it's Silver. I feel like when Silver sees Teal's board, I feel like there's gonna be a bit of contesting between one another. So I kind of want to see what they're gonna do now.
So
think-
go ahead.
I think when you look at this cooking pot spot, I don't think Velkuzovai should end up playing Twitch. I'm not sure what the item economy looks like, but you look over here at Silver's board, you have +1 to Bruiser, you have this Rennie 2 who's already stacking so much HP, and the Rageblade is ready to slam. The Sunfire is ready to slam. So, if you're Velkuzovai, I really think you should be opting towards one of those more powerful late game carries with the items that you already have. Someone like Corki, someone like Jace, who you can play with 4 emissaries or who you can play with 4 form swappers. I think those might be more compelling options, and that Twitch is going to be a temporary solution.
Yeah, if we can go over to Telkusvai's board just a little bit. So based on the board we're seeing right now, he has gone for the bruisers, but I think, like you said, it has to be a temporary solution. And I'm seeing an echo, I'm seeing a powder, so he might just be transitioning into that scrap line with that Corki to help him out. But you can just as easily go into that ambusher Jinx line or a Smeech line with this gold collector if you get the proper items for it. So, you know, I think Telkusavai is just trying to get the best win streak going right now, and just try to build up the economy from there. The second round of augments is coming in, and it's another gold augment, so potentially a gold party for this start of this game number one. An average start, nothing too fancy, nothing too weird, and we are going to get slamming here, which honestly is a little bit of an economic augment in itself. But yeah, forward thinking from Silver when he has the Zeri upgrade in shop, the adrenaline burst and the Quicksilver crest. Now this is something amazing as well.
Yeah, there's some very interesting options being selected around the lobby. You can also see that there is an Mbessa on level 6. That is a wonderful boon to Scallywag, who is in that quick striker spot. But I mean, this Golemify, this could also end up being very powerful. I don't think that this frontline itemization means that you're gonna get the best value out of Golemify. I think Wiggler might have put himself in a tough position as a result of that. But let's see him cook.
Yep, the Golemify first round after losing all the units, it is going to be a tough round. So it is a little bit expected that he does lose the round. However, his opponent, though, I believe, Quick Striker Crest is well on his second augment, which is kind of high rolling at the same time, but also I personally do feel like it is a bit excessive, because how are you going to use it late game unless you want to get rid of Nocturne and you want to play around the Akali TF Twisted Fate. But we'll see how he plays anyways as we look around for our other augments. As we can see, Dominator Crest for Parsifal right now. And he does have that really good line there with the Kog'Maw Dominator Crest that he could play around with for the time being, or he could actually pivot into that line possibly, as we see.
I mean, it's not a bad line to go for here as Parsifal. However, I haven't seen too much of it right now to know how well it's going to fare into everything else. We are seeing this Golem just try and deal so much damage, but this Kog'Maw is slowly but surely whittling down this Golem, but it's not going to be enough as Parsifal does take the loss. However, it is still 4 Dominators, and you're only missing that Silco and that Dr. Mundo, so you don't really have to wait for that Mordekaiser for the 6 Dominators. So Parsifal definitely does have some room for gameplay, and he's really not contested by any of the lines coming in here in this game number one. Everyone's going for a little bit of that bruiser sniper line, or they're probably trying to transition it a little bit more into scrap. So I think Parsifal, being really uncontested, can probably take a few losses here, but then come stage number 4, he's going to ramp up very quickly.
Yeah, there's some very interesting things happening around the lobby. You can see that Sheep is trying their best to make use of Trait Tracker, but it's a very difficult spot because they have to use Trait Tracker and Clear Mind. Can't hold a lot of these units on the bench. So, do we have enough traits in? No, I think we might be one short. And it's very close. There's a lot of value on the bench, and I think we're going to have to wait until next turn to see that start to come to fruition.
Yeah, so, this is going. Sheep I think needs one more unit. Let's see. One of the scraps is not needed there, so maybe take out the powder for something else. For something as maybe one of the pit fighters here, and then Sheep can get can get 8 trackers, 8 traits
Yep,
for the trait tracker.
that's
Three,
right.
6. Yeah, there it is. Eight ones, and then there's the rel coming in. So next round, Sheep is going to have a plethora of emblems to choose from and to see how to operate. But I want to. Yeah, we're going to see what emblems he gets after this round. But he has scrap. He is playing this scrap board, which means a lot more shielding for these units. Invective and control. So, do you think that just staying on this scrap line with all of these emblems with the shield value is going to be enough to get him to top 2 and maybe even grab him the victory with how many people already have scrap units?
I feel like with the trade tracker here, that like you said, it offers a lot of shield. It's super high value for scrap here, and also you can see on the bench with the two corkies. I feel like he probably has a very good chance on going into the high board, but he's selling a lot of his board right now, which I am a little bit intrigued about to see what he's doing. But yeah, but you can see that he has a lot of scrap units as well, so he's probably just waiting for that last scrap unit for that 6 scrap. So I think he's going to be have a very good chance of playing top 2 here, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say that not a lot of these emblems are the best emblems that you could get in this position. I think a lot of them have AP synergies if you are playing a different line than you currently are, and Sheep doesn't really have a Reforger that he would need in order to gamble on the result of reforging them. But the way things are going, it's not so bad. My main concern is just that this seems to be a contested
Oh,
line, and Sheep needs to be able to find the level 8 soon, needs to be able to find the echo that makes this composition click, or a rumble that would really be a high roll. But the Corki 2, that's a really good start, denying additional Corkis as well from the rest of the lobby. This doesn't look like an unsuccessful roll down by any means.
No, it really doesn't. So he found the forger in one of those items. However, the items that he got were really not the one. Sorry, the emblems that he got were really not the ones he was looking for. However, it's a little bit better than before. But this Corki 2 is still very powerful, like you said. Going up against a powerful Smeech from Mai, who is still very happy to get a few losses in, but I feel like Mai has to cash out at the 400 mark because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult. Sisters coming in as a final augment for Mai is not the worst thing if you're transitioning out of Cambarans, and you also get the 5th ambusher, but uh, he's going
Ooh.
to get long
ooh,
distance spells.
that's not that bad. There
Yeah,
is a lot of Smeeches and Rennies on the board right now for Mai right now. So I think he's gonna probably lean very comfortable in towards those ambushes there, as we can see. I think he should be rolling down soon though. He's probably going to adjust a little bit with the long distance pulse.
Yeah, there are a lot of decisions you have to make this turn. Reforging that virulent virus into the shimmer bloom, that is going to be a little bit of a better item on Rennie, but I'm just a little bit worried about this positioning. I'm a little bit worried about the way that things are going because as it is, this is still just a Smeech 2. You're one Smeech off. Now you find it, but are you going to take another bad loss? At 18 HP, that could be really devastating, but
I
Silver's board
think
does
he has it
not
though.
stand a chance against the Ambusher. Is just a really good matchup and a fortunate fight for Mai here.
yeah, 100% a very good fight here against Silver, who is trying to roll down still uh, by the looks of it, and I think Mai is going to try to roll down for that 3-star Rennie, but he's very far off of it, so decides not to go for it and to try and level up. We have
Right to spell weaver.
Sated Spellweaver for Scallywag here. So this is
Oh,
a line you can actually use on the uh quick strikers, and we're seeing 5 quick strikers in a little bit unorthodox but not unseen. And with the adrenaline rush that they have, this is going to be a very powerful board. this Akali 3 is going to be doing a lot of damage, and it's basically going to be a fight of can the quick strikers take out the Smeech before the Smeech takes out everyone else. And it looks like, at least for now, it's not going to be the case. As Scallywag takes a loss, Del Kusavai is also taking a couple of losses here, and someone like Sheep and Silver have started to, climb up the ranks and are trying to contest our top two. But let's see first what the boards are for Scallywag and Thelkusavai, because we haven't seen them in a little bit.
Yeah, it does seem
Yeah.
like Elkusavai is going to be deep in that experiment Twitch line. That does seem to be the way that the board is currently going. But I am a little concerned. Are all of our players going to be able to find their upgrades? I feel like maybe too many of them have invested into an AD line, and that's going to start to hurt some of our players because yeah, look at this. No Twitch 2 just yet.
Looking at it here, yeah, Twitch 2 not a thing yet. You have you have a Jace though, so a Jace has come in. You have a couple of form swappers in, so this is looking a little bit like that. Like it's going to be 4 form swappers into the with the 5 experiment line, which is not something that we've seen that much, but it's not uncommon. So very excited to see how Telkusva is going to play this out, but you really do need that Twitch 2 to start doing so much damage, because look at that. This Echo just single-handedly took out the Twitch from Telkusva, and I think this is probably a little bit of game 1 jitters for Telkusva, because if he had scouted out, he would have probably seen that there are other players going for the Bruiser Twitch line, even though he went for the experiment, as the anomalies have started coming in here.
Yeah, Tailspot right now definitely would be a lot more safer with that 2-star Twitch right now, but unfortunately, without that 2-star Twitch, you are going to be missing a lot of that damage, and it's not really the greatest thing to see as for him right now, as we get into the anomalies, and we can see what everybody's picking right now. Quick Strike, that's Scallywag with the Infectious Anomaly, hopefully going to get some really strong units late game. And Vi there, Share Energy. That is definitely going to be a very strong board now. A lot of units able to get that bonus. And as we can see here,
Ooh.
Silver, he's in a very comfortable spot right now with his 2-star Twitch. And Anomaly being something that Twitch can use very well there. Eagle Eye, getting a lot of damage during late game as well.
Yeah, I think for a lot of our players, these anomalies are looking very strong. I'm a little concerned about Wiglor. I think that having a Savika anomaly, you don't necessarily have a prospect of hitting Savika 2. This could be really risky. This could be a way to end up losing your game 1. But it's also just because you take a look around, the rest of this lobby is so strong. I love having Infectious Anomaly in certain situations, and this situation for Scallywag, this quick striker board, is one that I'd be very happy with, right? They attack so fast, they cast so often, you have Sated Spellweaver, so all of these units are turbocharged, and you increase their base values, so that just amplifies all of the rest. Invisibility for Smeech, that could be a boon for Mai here heading into the late game. You don't have that much durability on the Smeech, you don't have the ability to reset aggro, well now you do.
Oh, this is a very powerful one. Kill streak coming in for Parseval. Being on that last life, you really do need to get that 2-star Silco, the 2-star LeBlanc as well to help you out here, because you did go into that Dominator Black Rose line, but we also do have to say goodbye to Grub, who got eliminated
that's
on the anomaly round, but that's a whole heap of gold here. And I don't think anyone in the lobby is going to be too dissatisfied with that, as we're seeing a couple of 2-stars coming in for a few of our players. And Parseval is also leveling up to 9 and is looking for another upgrade, and is going to find the Garen actually for that emissary and for that little bit of extra oomph on the front line, and is now going to be going up against this board from Sheep, who has that trade tracker. But I really think that Parsible here, if he wins
Oh,
this,
that's a Victor.
yeah, that is a Victor. Good catch control, but if he wins this, he stays alive, but he is going to be getting eliminated. And Parsival, sadly, is taken out in 7th place in this game number 1, but there's still a lot more TFT to be played. But yeah, I was gonna say you needed to find those 2 stars to help you out, because otherwise you're in dire straits. And
That's a lot
you're
of
already
corgis.
in dire straits. And yeah,
Wait.
I was about to say that's 8 Corkies. You know, one more Corky and Sheep is going to hit the 3-star forecast in the first game of this finals.
Do
I
And
they
think
you know,
know?
I think our players are trying to catch on though. I saw 2 or 3 people scouting out. They're starting to notice the Corkies. I don't know if he's gonna be able to snatch it out last second though. But if he gets that 3-star
ooh,
Corky, I think it's gonna be let hell loose at this point. Cause I don't know what you're gonna do against it. Especially when Sheep has so much HP. He's also on a win streak as well. Is there really anyone that can stop him in time before he even wins the game?
Well,
As we can see
Mai
though.
certainly has a few resources here. Mai has had an excellent fight against Sheep. I thought that this fight might be a little bit closer because of Share Your Energy, because of the ability to keep all of these units very healthy. But if you look at what happened, some of the priority support units ended up getting focused down really quickly. Units like this Caitlyn, units like this Victor, they didn't have a chance to do very much. The Gem didn't have a chance to scale very much. And that meant that just the regular units that were on this board, they didn't do enough damage to all of those ambushers. And you take a look around, a lot of our players do have money to spend. So are they going to start denying Mai has one of those Corkies?
Really good job on Mai managing to win out a round and also trying to deny that 3-star Corky there. That's really good as well. Also, Mai just hitting that 2-star Jinx, adding just a little bit more damage onto the board there, especially with the 5 ambushes. I feel like at this point, as long as if Sheep doesn't manage to find that 3-star Corky, I think Mai might be just running away with the game right now. The ambusher board is doing really well, really strong as well. So it's going to be hard to see if other players can really make much of a dent against them right now.
Tel Kusavai has been on a downward spiral. We do see a little bit of gold there in his pocket, but you know, he has been going down and down in these ranks, and you know, he's 1 life away from getting eliminated. That's Wiglor and Silver that we do say goodbye to, as we are in the carousel round. And is there a Corky here? No, there is not. But you know what there is? There's an experiment emblem. And tell Kusavai, if he can find the Warwick, we might just see 7 experiments come in, which is, you know, not the most powerful of traits. However, it could still be the extra bit of power that Tel Kusavai needs to start getting some wins here, because we saw a couple of the fights were very narrow losses. So if Tel Kusavai can get that Warwick, get the 7 experiment, perhaps we can see him start to get those wins and contest Scallywag and Sheep for the victory.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Thelkuzavai. I think that some of these matchups are just really frustrating. When you don't have a super powerful frontliner, it can be very difficult to deal with these melee compositions. You can see that Echo has already been exploded by the focus fire of these quick strikers. Akali has found her way onto the backline, onto that Jinx, so now it's Smeech up against the world, and I really do like the way that this matchup plays for the quick strikers, because there are so many strong frontline targets, you can't do anything about them.
I feel like there was a slight. I do feel like
Go ahead.
there was a slight mispositioning though. There was I did see a slight mispositioning. You can see here the closest like relation pals. I think he meant for the Echo and the Smeech to get the bus. I think it went on to the Corky though, which might have resulted in a little bit of like damage loss or a bit like loss on stats, but we won't know for a good while.
The Telkusvai getting eliminated in 4th, I guess the Warwick did not come in there. We do see the Warwick here for Mai though, and Mai now is sharing a lot of those stats between the Echo and the Smeech. You know, still holding one of these Corkies, but unless the other people in this lobby start holding a lot more corkies, Sheep is in a prime position to carry this one, and maybe get another corki, as we do see the Echo here, sorry, the
Oh.
Smeech and the Warwick here take out the corki. And even though he took a loss from Scalawag, he is going to take a bite out of Smeech here. And now with this 3-star Rennie, he is for sure looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I want to note as well that Scallywag took a loss in that last round. I have to imagine that that was going to be up against Sheep's Ghost. Maybe, just maybe, the 3 finalists we have here in the first game.
Oh!
Corki from the orb! Oh! That's so illegal!
That is the most heinous act in TFT history that I have ever seen. You know, I have seen a couple of forecasts come in from orbs there, but none that have come in on the Drake round of 5-7, and he gets the corki. I mean, unless someone else hits a 3-star forecast or a 3-star 5 cost, this is Sheep's game to lose now.
Wait, but we can see Scallywag also has his own plans. 8 Tabikas. Although we can see that Sheep has one, but I think at this point just see if he can get the 3-stars Tabika, because I think that's the only possibility left against this game. But we can just see that Sheep is kind of just taking the game away with him right now for the time being.
Ambessa, right? Not Sabika.
Yeah, man, the best. Not Sabika, sorry. Yeah.
Well,
But
everyone lives to fight one more round. It's going to be up to Scallywag to find the value that you're talking about on this Ambessa. Up against the matchup in versus Mai, though. We've seen this matchup before. Scallywag does have a chance of surviving this, so maybe not rolling immediately is the right move. You don't have to sell your entire board in order to stay alive here. So I'm curious to see how this matchup plays out. Has Mai been able to get a little bit stronger? Has the lobby... Well, yeah, we know that this Rennie 3 came in. So, wow, this is going to be a very tight finish between, at the very least, 2nd and 3rd place.
okay.
Woo!
Okay. Smeech is just
Go ahead.
Smeech is trying to jump around, trying to do Smeech things, but we can see the backline is absolutely getting demolished by the Warwick, just getting all the executes out. But it is looking still very tight though. The Connie's still alive, trying to do as much as she can. Jinx getting ult out, but I still don't think it's enough. Scallywag has taken another loss. Mai survives another day, but I don't think he's going to be able to last much more longer.
Oh, this is so difficult here. Scallywag does have a cash out. Ooh. Oh, that was so close.
Nearly.
If that had been an
nearly.
Ambessa, if that had been an Ambessa there, that would have been very, very interesting there. But yeah, looking at it here, I want to point out that that is a 2nd Jinx too. So
that's a 7th Jinx, but I don't think he's gonna have enough time to get any more Jinxes.
That's a 7th Jinx. Yeah, it's a Sheep matchup, and I think Sheep likes those odds, especially when you're going up against this board. Just look at how quickly the corki shreds everything.
Yeah.
Sheep is going to take out Mai, is going to give Scallywag a very hefty loss. And unless there's an Ambessa here, which there isn't, I feel like Scallywag really has one more round left in him to roll down and try and find that Ambessa 3. Otherwise, Sheep is probably going to be the victor of game number 1.
Will there be any more
a chance in hell.
suspense?
There is a little bit more gold left to spend. I think that if you were able to find this Ambessa, you can pivot those items onto the necessary unit. But here's the way things are going. Scallywag is out of gold and unwilling so far to sell another one of these units. Sheep is denying one of these Ambessas, and that means that Scallywag is gambling on their ability to either survive one more round or they're just going to be satisfied with their 2nd place. Is it going to be enough to live in this spot against Corki 3 of all things?
this is going to be very difficult. It could potentially be the final round, as we do see some good repositioning there from Scallyback to try and take out a couple of the units, but the Victor is going to raise everyone up in the air, and it's not going to be enough, as Sheep is going to take game number 1. An amazing performance by him, the trait tracker giving him so much of the extra shield to give him so much power and rerolling ability in stage number 4. And man, oh man, I feel like this game number 1 couldn't have gone on to a better and an even more chaotic start.
No, like, you do not. Sorry, I still have to say how do you manage to get the Corki at that out of the dragon? I still am in shock seeing that happen.
I mean, it's happened, like, it has the possibility to happen at any given time when you have 8 of those units and there's one more left in the pool. It is possible for you to get it. But I have no memory whatsoever of actually ever being blessed by Mort Dog like that. I think before that happened, all 3 of our players had an opportunity to close out the game on their own terms. All of them had win conditions that they were playing for. But when the scales tip in the favor of one of the players like that, it sort of puts everybody else in panic mode. So you saw Scallywag start rolling down really aggressively for Ambessa, knowing that that was the only way that they could contend. You saw Mai saving up so much gold to play for one of those 3-star 5 costs, getting all the way to 7 jinxes, but it wasn't enough gold. They didn't have level 10, and so what all of that meant is that Sheep just was able to extend a small economic advantage from getting their win streak at the start of stage 4, from that trait tracker, from that clear mind, and they were able to start locking things up. So Sheep, one of our former champions here in the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series, has been able to come out to a strong start in game 1, has the opportunity to get to check after game 2 at 16 points, but has to go first yet again. And our points leader over the course of the regular season, Del Kuzavai, didn't have the best game plan going into this game 1. Maybe a little bit of rust on set 13, maybe a little bit of nerves to start the finals, but everybody is certainly still in contention. There are, at the very most, 4 games left to play, but that's 4 games where you can really define yourself, 4 games where you can get the points you need to get to check, 4 games where you can get that final victory that you need to close it all out. So, Deadly Ghost, you want to send it to a quick break, give our voices a little rest, and come back for the next game?
Yeah, 100%. I am just waiting on confirmation from our admin Heltic. What was that? We had Joel get on Skype. Heltic, look at DMs. But I do believe before we throw it to a break, we do have a well, we do have something planned, but that's going to be coming in after the break. But don't go too far, because we'll be back in a few short minutes. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We are back and we are into game number 2 of the Ireland Esports Collegiate Spring Split Finals. I'm still Deadly Ghost. I'm still joined by Invective and the Real Control. And before we talk about game number 2 and game number 1, we have a little announcement that I mentioned before we went on break, and that is our wonderful sponsors, Coca Noodles does have a giveaway for all of you in chat. So, how to enter this giveaway? You're going to be typing exclamation point Coca with the capital K, the first one. So, but be on the lookout in the Twitch chat for when the giveaway opens. It's going to happen at some point during game number 2. So keep an eye on the chat to be able to enter and win some wonderful prizes. But with the giveaway out of the way, Invective and Control, how are we feeling about game number 2?
Yeah, this is looking to be a very interesting one at that. Sheep has a cool opener here, and it does seem to be that the encounter is that Vi provided all of our players those 2 component anvils. So, you were thinking about playing around with that at some point. Are we trolling?
Yes, we are. I think that is trolling, locked in by Sheep.
We don't have a Trundle on the board.
We trolling.
There we go.
That's the name.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
So, interesting spot to see. Sheep is playing for a very specific hero augment, which kind of immediately locks up his team. I believe it should be like a bruiser line, I'd say, with a bit of scrap to support it. And because of the component anvils, this actually is not even that bad because you can get itemizing on the Trundle soon though. Problem is, you only have 2 Trundles. So, it's gonna be hard to see if you can get that 3-star Trundle as quickly as you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but that frozen domain, or in this case, home field advantage from Trundle, the home field advantage for Trundle is going to make it so Sheep takes a victory over Silver in this first round. But yeah, like you said, it's only a 1-star Trundle, so it's going to be very difficult to see how this board is going to evolve, especially if you don't get a lot of those Trundles here. But Wiggler has gone for the Blade Dance, and we have a delayed start as well. A couple of power-ups there, and we have placebo. Ooh, so there's a lot of economy. There's a lot of early game power here coming in. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how our players strategize during this stage 2. But yeah, what are your thoughts here, Invective? Especially seeing that we have a couple of hero augments.
Yeah, this is really intriguing. I think a lot of our players are leaning towards 1 cost, and you can see that Mai, despite not necessarily having a position where you are forced to play a 1 cost reroll, they have 6 Dravens, they're holding family, and they have 5 Trundles, denying that away from Sheep. So, is that going to come into play here? How long is Mai going to end up denying these little trolls? Because, Sheep is the one out in first right now. Preventing Sheep from winning the game means that you have at least 1 more game without a person in check, without a person who you have to grief at all costs. So Mai's doing their job really well here, up until the point where you sell those extra 2 Trundles. It is what it is.
Yeah, kinda. We have. So I believe this is the late start from Telkusavai. If we can get, so it is a delayed start. 4 random, 2-star, 1 cost, and you already have a Violet here, and a Lux and a Draven. So I mean, these are some pretty good items, especially for something like for something like a Heimerdinger or maybe even a Jinx if you want to go towards that rebel line. So I feel like Telkusvai has kept his options very open, at least for stage number 2, but still has a fairly decent board that he can use come stage 3 and stage 4.
Yeah, I think that Telkusovai's board is actually quite a nice late start board, to be honest. The characters that he got are pretty good for early game, and he is able to possibly like hold on to like stabilize the HP and play how he's known for playing. Stage 3, he's going to pivot around a lot more, possibly look for that one line that isn't contested, and then go full out on that on stage 4 as well. So seeing that he has an early win streak during the early game, that's very good if you want to see him win.
Yeah, to add on to that, I'm really glad to see that Delkusvai is moving in a direction that he wasn't necessarily moving in game 1. We saw him struggle a little bit to get a powerful Twitch board online, but look at this position. I feel like this is a completely different vibe. You have very strong win streak items slammed, and you are definitely playing for AP here. I think that this could just as easily be a sorcerer spot. And then in this matchup against Sheep, Sheep does have this 3-item Trundle, but look at all of the upgraded units you have with this delayed start. Look at the Sunfire. The healing is not going to be helping that Trundle take advantage of home field, and Sheep's going to be going down again. So when you look at an augment like Trolling, you really do have to value having a certain amount of strength in the early game, because Trundle is going to be getting extra value out of being able to live longer in these fights. And if you go up against someone like Telkusvai, who has a very upgraded board due to the circumstances, then you do end up taking a little bit of an extra loss as well. But look at Silver. Silver does have
I was
this
about
fully
to
offered
say.
into the shop. And playing sorcerers already.
Hold up. We have power up here for Silver, and he already has, a bunch of a bunch of sorcerers here. Is going to sell off that Lux, which might come back to bite him on his behind. Seeing it as we're going into sorcerers, but right now with a couple of those form swappers as a front line and the Zoe, I think it's safe to say that Silver plans on win streaking up till 3-2, especially with this early Zoe.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Like, if it wasn't clear enough now, I think it's basically certain that he is going to go for like a sorcerer's line, possibly rebel line. But like, I don't think that's very likely. Like, considering looking at the board, you have a Swain, you have the Gangplank 2 form swap, you have that ready. Four sorcerers as well. You're kind of in a very set position, and you also got a Garen as well, not to mention at the same. So like, I think Emissary Sorcerers is probably on the table for him right now.
It's been spoon-fed a little bit. I think that my one concern is that I'm not 100% sure these items should have gone straight to Zoe, right? When you do look around, you see a lot of powerful melee carries, and we also know that Zoe tends to spread her damage around. She's really powerful in compositions where she has a duo carry, where she has someone who can take advantage of the spread of DPS that she does. But she might struggle against units like this Aurelia or like the Trundle of Sheeps. As the game goes on, as you get into this mid game, can Silver continue their win streak throughout stage 3?
Yeah, that's going to be a very good question here. Wiglor getting a couple of items, but I don't think you want any of the items that have been provided to you. And it's also a bit difficult here for Wiglor because you have to roll down here at level 4 because you really need to hit that Aurelia 3-star as soon as possible, and you want to get a couple of those sentinels coming in as well. So there are two ways you can play this Blade Dancer. One is the Rebel line, and the other one is the Sentinel line. But it looks like Wiglor does have a couple more of the Rebels getting offered him in the shops. So you have those lines open. That you have that in a Rebel line open, and you already have a couple of the Sentinel units as well. So he's going to take a loss right here against Silver, but Silver has the Garen and the Zoe. So whereas Wiglor is still trying to level up their board. So it's not a surprise here that Silver took a victory here as the second round of augments
Oh,
is coming in. So
big support. What?
support cash, yeah, that is looking very interesting for for Sheep here. Is going to get the needlessly big gem. So for someone like Trundle, this is very powerful. But yeah, for those power up for those power up players, they are certainly reaping their rewards right now. And control, if you are looking at a couple of these boards that went for power up, uh, what what is going to through your head right now, and how are you going to try and maximize your board?
I think for power up right now, personally, my like if we're talking about like playstyle was, I think I would go for something that I saw earlier. I think it was the Blazing Soul. You have
Hmm.
a lot of extra power within the prismatic compared to the others with their gold augments, which is very fortunate because there is a chance that it could just be a gold augment after even getting power up. So I think going for something very combat heavy because you have a lot of extra power in combat compared to the other players there. That would be something really nice to be having.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I think that Blazing Soul is very very potent pickup for Silver. On the other hand, I'm a little concerned for Parsival. You see Parsival taking the tiniest Titan, but I'm not sure where this spot becomes a spot that justifies taking tiniest Titan. You don't have a lot of benefit out of lost streaking. You don't have a Chem Baron cash out, and I don't think that you're angling towards a line that's like a super win out line. So I'm concerned. I want to see Parsival find a way to turn this around.
I mean, it could have just been the case of, you know, you didn't have too many good options open for yourself, and then went for the tiniest item, and maybe a little bit of econ to help you out. But yeah, like you said, I think I would have probably wanted to see something a little bit more bold, a little bit more powerful, or maybe even a combat augment like the Blazing Soul that we saw Silver get to help out this board and give it some oomph. Because yeah, it feels like you're almost going to force yourself into being down an augment come stage 4, stage 5.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that there because I'm like personally myself, I don't see a huge amount of value coming out of that tiniest Titan. It feels like he's given away the first two augments in a way, if that makes sense. Like you're not getting something super powerful out of it, and it's like you're kind of just giving other players a chance to get much more bigger powers, like more power compared to you. So the only way that I'm gonna really see the value is if he can last into late game, but like that's really hard to say right now.
Yeah, on the other hand, Silver has 10 items slammed and they all look really good. So, I mean, my one concern is you don't currently have anti-heal. You don't have a way of getting anti-heal unless you're inclined to slam a Morello. But I think that you do ultimately want something like the Sunfire. You may ultimately want something like the red buff. But other than that, I mean, I don't have any complaints. This spot is insane. And when you go up against a player like this, it would do you very well to have a board like Mize. Because that is a Smeech too, and I think that is one way that you could win this spot in the mid game.
I mean, it is really difficult
And he's dead.
And he's got it.
because yeah, just Zoe things. We've all seen a Zoe completely delete the board. This is nothing. This is nothing unfamiliar. This is not unfamiliar territory, folks. We just, kind of put it in the back of our mind that Zoe can completely delete a carry, whether it be frontline or backline. Uh, you know, it's just Zoe things.
We could just say that more dog kind of has just kissed on Silver's board and decided like, you know what, I'm going to give you a good early game and hopefully you make something out of it. But it is starting to seem like that anyways. As we can see, he is on a massive win streak with pretty good goal as econ as well. So we'll see how the game goes from here though.
I mean, Mordok probably saw we have all of these technical difficulties and said, "Okay, here's a random blessing for one of your players." But yeah, looking at it here, we have Telkusvai who has transitioned a little bit into that black rose line, and does have a couple of the sorcerers in, but it's not looking too uh it's not looking too bad right now. You know, Telkusvai is level 7 at 3-6, does have 60 golden, and I mean, Invective, you have I think if you're Telkusvai here, you're probably looking to get to level 8 and maybe go into the Dominators.
Yeah, that does seem to me like the most likely plan. I'm just really intrigued by Thelkusavai's second augment choice because taking the thorn-plated armor means to me that Thelkusavai is actually not planning on winning this game. He also knows that winning this game does not mean that he's going to get any closer to check. Because he can have like a pretty like average top 3 performance this game, next game, and get into check by game 4. But by taking the thorn-plated armor, he beats down on these reroll players like Sheep and like Wiglor, anybody who's playing AD, and he's not actually contesting a lot of the power that Silver is bringing to bear. He's really just saying, I'm going to beat these people, and beating these people is actually all that I need to do this game.
I thought that was going. That was going in a different direction. I thought you were trying to roast Telkusvai, but once you made your point, I was like, okay, that actually makes a lot of sense, because we know Telkusvai to be a player to pull off some amazing performances, even in our finals. But looking at it here, Silver is going up against Wiglor, and Wiglor is well. This Aurelia is doing what the Smeech could not, which is delete the Zoe and delete all of the sorcerers.
Yeah, like Zoe just got melted in absolutely like 2 seconds. I already just cast it once, gone to her, and then cast it twice. Zoe's just gone. I think that does really come up to the statement that was made earlier about like something like that Aurelia, something like a melee combo, able to get close up to Zoe's face, can just absolutely wipe her from the screen as well. But now we go into the next augments, and holy, that is definitely something you would not want to see as a power player, because having prismatic, that means other players can catch up with the prismatic picks as well, and not something you would really want to see as Silver.
Yeah, I also don't think that the Radiant item is a particularly strong third augment in Silver's position. That is an augment that I feel like it primarily benefits you if you either have a reroll carry or you are in a position to extend your win streak by taking extra items that put you slightly ahead of tempo of everybody else. Max Cap, I think Sheep might have felt like they had to take this just because they're still far from Trundle, or they're not far, but they haven't hit Trundle 3.
Ooh, Max Cap is a very dangerous augment to take, especially when you're going for this board that it does rely a lot on low cost unit rerolls. But once you hit those low cost unit 3 stars, you really want to level up to 8, 9, perhaps even 10 if you have the gold for it, and slot in some of these powerful units to just help out and give you that extra oomph for the late game, because otherwise you're really banking on this Trundle to help you out here. Mai with the trade tracker and now has 40 rerolls from the Call to Chaos, but it is looking like it's going to be a pivot towards the scrap board, so something that the Sheep did in game number 1, but I have to say it's not as clear or as quick as Sheep was in game number 1, so Mai might just be on his last life here. No, he's going to get eliminated!
Wow. That's a really unfortunate way to go. I feel like Mai had so much more power left to find, but it was an APM problem. Or it was I don't have the ability to get Trade Tracker in quickly enough. So because that augment is really hard to play when you haven't had the reps, when you haven't had certain opportunities, yeah, Mai didn't have all of the resources that they needed to finish out the game, particularly the HP. Now, this carousel is really interesting. There are some powerful 5 costs. There's also a Pan, and Parsival's gonna get it. So I wonder if that's going to end up being the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of shifting the balance of this lobby away from Silver and away from Thel Kusabai over to someone who has a chase trait, over to someone who can make a really strong composition just by having one of those emblems.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult to challenge Thel Kusabai, who now has the immovable object as well as the torn plated armor. So, you know, this front line from Thel Kusabai is going to be so powerful. He has the form swappers, he has the Black Rose as well, and I mean, you have an Elise 1, but because of how powerful your front line is here, I don't think you're even complaining that much, because this Elise still has enough time to just deal so much damage and eliminate everyone. Now, this might be a little bit more different against this board from Scallywag, who does have a lot of these visionaries, and who also has a Singe to help out this Heimerdinger too. And as you can see, you know, you have the tankiness from the from the Rennie, but it also looks like Scallywag went for a couple of these Chem Barons, but didn't take too big of a cash out, just a couple of tanky items for Rennie.
Yeah, this fight looks like a DPS check. Thel Kusabai has spent really aggressively and was on a win streak for a while, but now as we enter the anomaly rounds, you can see his power level starting to drop a little bit compared to some of these other players. Look at Scallywag. Scallywag took invested and found just enough to, I feel like they're now well on the way to go to level 9, and that means is they can really contest for first place. Whereas despite fighting like a Jace as well as an Elise, you are able to round out 4 form swappers on level 8 here for Thel Kusabai. I feel like you don't have the resources to close out. So still playing this sort of aggro playstyle that you don't expect to go first, but you definitely expect to go top 4.
Yeah, like Telkozovai, I think he has held enough tempo for the like mid game to be able to secure himself in like a good spot. But once again, his ceiling isn't as high because I feel like he has been targeting more to those like reroll comps or those like low cost comps as well, specifically as we said earlier. But also at the same time though, he still has a bit of like ground he could gain. He still is waiting for that 2-star release. He could still go up for 5 Black Rose. He still has a lot of opportunity to maximize out his board more.
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, we have a 3-star Gangplank here to help out this 3-star Trundle, and we have 6 Bruisers online for Sheep, so he managed to sort of evolve this board and utilize this max cap to his advantage, at least for the time being, because you have this 3-star Trundle, you have this 3-star Gangplank, and you also have the 3-star Step, so you have a very powerful front line, a little bit of help from the backline as well with that Caitlyn and with that Gangplank, so I think Sheep probably has a very good board to take him through stage number 5 as well, but if this game goes long enough, I think come stage 6, that board is going to start falling off, so Sheep really has to maximize the damage dealt to other players in this stage 5.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do want to see what anomaly is on Sheep's Trundle, but I'm also really interested in everybody else's spot because a player like Scallywag, I feel like they have a lot more room left to grow in this game. I think now Scallywag has assessed the lobby and realizes that they're in a position to play for things like this Rennie 3, play for things like this Renata 3, but really tunneling in on this Rennie. I feel like spending so much gold, and we actually didn't get enough value from it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on why he decided to roll down on so much at once, though. Like, I understand that he wants to find that Rennie tree, because he's literally just one off, but also at the same time, like, you're kind of cutting off your own legs at the same time, because, like, you're going to have to take forever to even have a chance to reach level 9 again. So you're kind of just, like, saying that I'm going to stay at this level 8 board, try to max out what I have before considering anything else. But, like, that's kind of just, like, reducing the amount of paths you can take as well, because once again, that 2-star monster is also pretty important in this comp, like, but with a 3% chance of getting it, that's not that easy. But the cash out does come out. He has that little shimmer bloom, less shimmer duplicator, and he is able to get that 3-star ready now. But I'm more curious, how long will it take for him to even possibly hit that level 9 again?
way too long, and you have a Warwick and you have a Victor there as well. I believe that was a Victor in the shop, or maybe it was one of the 5 costs. No, it's
I think it was a
it's
Jinx.
another. Okay, so we have a Jinx now, and yeah, if if you do get, if you do get that get to that level 9, if you can put in that Warwick, or if you can get a Victor in, then maybe you can start, having this massive impact. But the big problem here for Scallywag is if something like this Akali comes in and takes out your backline, you really can't can't rely on something. On someone like the Rennie to help out this much. Even though this Rennie is fighting valiantly, this Akali with this last stand uh, anomaly, came back to life, is going to take out everyone. But I feel like Scallywag is in a very difficult position, as well as Wiggler here, who only just now got the Alawi 2 and is sort of saving up the gold. Has that 7 Rebel, has the triple Sentinel, and I feel like you really need to level up to 8 as Wiggler and to 9 as Wiggler and try to put in a 4th Sentinel, because otherwise this board is not looking the strongest.
Yeah, I think Wiggler is playing a little bit too fast and loose. The items that are on Zoe, I feel like these items are not best suited for her. And I think that maybe he would have been better off both playing for the Ezreal and playing for a little bit more of a role here on level 8, because you look at this fight, you look at the way Sheik is handling him, and there's just a tempo difference, right? Wiggler's alive, but not by much, and Scallywag is also holding on just by 1 HP. So both these players need to find ways to make some moves, maybe need to squeeze out more value from positioning and get something of value from this carousel. Wiggler finds the jeweled gauntlet, maybe for that Zoe. Scallywag is going to find a gunblade to put on, I believe, his Renata, and some of these other players are going to get some very powerful options as well.
Yeah, I do think though, but like,
Go ahead.
no, I just think that Wiggler, because I was paying attention to his eco as well. He has some eco. He could try to like force out that level 9 and hopefully look for that like bailout Jinx. But like, I don't see what Scallywag can do right now because his board position isn't the greatest. Like, and oh my god, he's so Sheep is still getting improvements right now, even with that max cap.
Yeah, I mean he's 2 Nunus off of Nunu 3, so and also needs a few more Rennies to 3-star that Rennie. So, yeah, Sheep
I
is
don't
going
think
to
he.
be Sheep is going to be the Scallywag's biggest hater right now, because Scallywag does have that Rennie 3. So he really wants Scallywag to get eliminated and then go for that 3-star Rennie himself. But yeah, like you said, Wiggler and Scallywag have to pull out the tricks from Telkusovai's bag, because they're both on 1 HP and they really need to do something. But looking at it right here, wow, that's away from Silver. And it's now down to the Caitlyn versus the Elise, but the stun is coming in, but the Caitlyn is still able to cast. I feel like this is Mortal Kombat here.
No, definitely definitely a slight reminiscence of it. But Caitlyn was just about gets the win because of the cast just before she got stunned, which was super important. Caitlyn being able to cast while being CC'd is super strong, and that allows. I think it was Sheep. Yeah, it allows Sheep just to have that little bit of extra leeway in winning in that fight.
Slight
And
update. Scallywag got eliminated, so did Parzival, and Wiggler is still surviving on 1 HP. But Wiggler also managed to find the Jinx and the Zoe 2 and the 4th Sentinel. So I feel like those upgrades that we were talking about to his board have just come through, and now we can say that Wiggler probably has a very decent board to try and power up. However, this Akali has taken down the Jinx, and it's now up to the Aurelia, but the last stand is coming in, and Wiggler is going to take a loss. Grub is taking who is playing the Akali, is taking another loss. Silver is taking a loss, and I don't want to alarm you, you two, but I feel like we're back to Telkusvai versus Sheep.
And
We may
not
very
even
well
just
be
that.
back to Thelkusavai versus Sheep. I think both of these players are in interesting spots because they don't have very dramatic ways of getting stronger for right this moment. Thelkusavai hopefully can find level 9. I think it's definitely possible. You upgraded the Jace to Jace 2, and that can make a tremendous difference here. If you are able to get to level 9, then your next in would logically be this Victor. And I think if you get Victor in, then you really do stand a chance against someone like Sheep. But right now, Sheep does feel a little bit stronger. He's managed to upgrade so many of these bruisers, as well as his backliner Gangplank, into 3 stars with the help of Max Cap. And fighting Thelkusavai at this moment is a really good thing for Sheep, because it means that Sheep is not going to have the opportunity to get stronger right now. And does that mean does that mean Thelkusavai ends up on 1 life in this fight against the Bruisers, as well as look at the positioning of Trundle, he's going to have the opportunity to wrap onto the backline.
Yeah, Trundle's just
this
gonna be able to
is-
sneak straight into the backline as well. Everybody's getting shredded right now. Trundle's doing so much. H3's are getting pushed down, but I still think Trundle's gonna stay alive. Yeah, there's not really much you can do right now in this position as like Teal Kuzabel. And also, just to not to alarm you guys, but if Sheep wins this game, which is very possible right now, he is in check. I think that's something we have to start thinking about now.
Yeah, we have to think about we have to think about Czech, and we have to think about Sheep, potentially coming back for his title, because unless Silver and Telkusavai pull out a rabbit out of a hat, it's looking very dire straits for everyone else in this lobby, because Sheep utilized that max cap very effectively, despite Telkusavai having uh, the powerful Bramble Vest and the powerful Randuin Zoman. It's still somehow not good enough for this board, and Telkusava is going to take a big loss from Silver here as well, and Silver is going to be eliminating Telkusava in 3rd place. And Sheep also took a loss to Silver's board. So does this mean that Silver is the new top dog, and will Silver be the one to deny Sheep to have those 16 points right off of game number 2? So this game 2 has been very entertaining and very chaotic.
I think we can never count anyone. We cannot count Sheep as one yet. Silver's board still has still has a good chance against him. But there's one thing we need also pay attention to. Sheep is 1 ready away from 3-star ready, because we did see earlier there is a ready in his shop that he has not picked up yet. So he still also has a bit more chance to be able to cap his board, but we don't know how that's going to go, because I think he might just lost. I think Silver just lost here.
Ooh. I think
Yeah,
the position
Silver is gonna have 1 more chance, but needs to find something of value. And I think what's calling my name is either the Black Rose emblem, where you could get that extra frontliner, or you could get a copy of LeBlanc. So both of those are compelling options. Sheep doesn't deny either one. And now, like, if you do have a moment of crowd control on Trundle, that offers you a potential way to win this fight. If you are able to find a 6 cost unit, this board's not very flexible, but that is another way that the fight could end up being won. And then, yeah, I think it will also largely come down to positioning, because wherever Sheep puts this Trundle, it should be on a point of Silver's frontline that's weak. You can see that there's a weak side and a strong side to Silver's frontline, and if Trundle finds the weak side, things get a lot more risky.
it is going to Trundle is going to be finding this very strong Garen, but I don't think that Silver has enough time with this Zoe to be able to take out everything and then the Trundle, because look at how much he's shredding this board. Fight is over, and Sheep has reached checkmate after 2 games. So we might be seeing a new champion after the very next game. I mean, Invective Control, we we seem to be witnessing a little bit of Mordog's blessing here towards Sheep because that was a huge number of 3 stars coming in.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Sheep ended up finding a position in this game that was a little bit more lobby dependent than the way that he won in the first game. In the first game, he found his 9th Corki off a Dragon Drop, which is a little egregious, but that was in the cards. And I think that he made a very good set of plays towards the end of the game, denying other people their forecasts while advancing his own win condition. In this game, I feel like the rest of the lobby should have done a little bit more to play for the victory, or to deny Sheep from being able to hit Trundle as quickly. I think that Max Cap ultimately bridged the gap that Sheep had between having relatively few reroll options and having a lot of reroll options. And the final board ended up showing off, just how strong can you make a board with like 8 3-star bruisers. But at the same time, some of these other players could have greeded out their money a little bit more, could have played for level 9 a little bit harder, and then as a result of that, been able to contest Sheep's late game strength. Because I know that trolling is an augment that scales, but Trundle is still a 1-cost hero augment unit. He shouldn't necessarily win the game that frequently, but I have to say that Sheep played well and picked the right augments at the right times.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
once again,
go ahead.
kudos to Sheep. He managed to find. I like personally, I did not expect him to win out that hard, but okay, talking out of the game and talking to the current standings and the current positionings of all the players, I think now everybody. I think if it wasn't obvious enough last game, next game, it's gonna be very hard for Sheep. I expect because Checkmate is now officially on the board for him. I think other players need to start paying attention to what Sheep's playing next game and try to grief him as well as he can because I don't think any of them want it to be a 3-game final, and I'm pretty sure they want to make sure they break to the game 4 or game 5, make sure they have their own chances. But once again, Sheep he played brilliantly with trolling, even though it was probably how to say it. It was definitely not an easy angle to begin at the game. He had a really hard starting as well. He only had 2 trundles, but then afterwards getting the max cap, managed getting that extra goal for more rerolls, trying to hit all those 3-star bruisers. That was huge for him to cap out his board.
Yeah, I think it was a very well played game from Sheep. Utilizing his augments very efficiently. I think he utilized a lot of his opponent's mistakes. And looking at the leaderboard right now, you have Sheep with 16 points, who has reached checkmate. And just to add to your point, Control, there's already some colluding happening between the finalists to troll Sheep. But yeah, Tel Kusavai, our reigning champion, is right there in second place. Only needs the top 4 to be in check himself. And then Silver and Scallywag also have a very good shot if they get a top 2, top end or top 3 respectively to be in check after game number 3 as well. So unless she pulls out the victory, we could potentially be having half the lobby in check after game number 3 here. Even Wiglor, I believe, if Wiglor takes a first, Scallywag takes a second, and Silver takes a third. And then Telkusvai takes a fourth. So in that order, we could have 5 people in checkmate. So that's a very unlikely scenario. However, with how the finals started and how we got a 3-star forecast from a dragon, I don't think anything is impossible, just highly improbable.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that you are sort of describing the perfect timeline, but it would be a very entertaining situation to watch 5
Yeah.
people in check after 3 games. Now, before we send it over to a break, I do want to recognize that, this is a really stressful situation to be playing in this kind of a finals, right? For a lot of our players, this might be the first time, but even for our veterans like Sheep, like Del Kusavai, I feel like you can see that they're not necessarily on 100%. And then when you do have to make those really pivotal decisions, like how much am I going to roll? I feel like you can see them trying to play more aggressively and less for greed. So an augment like trolling can end up winning out in a situation like that, but also our players are going to need to find a bit of a crucial edge, a mental edge, in order to win out in games 3, 4, and 5. because so far I feel like nerves are gaining the better of some of our players.
Yeah, 100% with you there. I think everyone needs to calm down, maybe take a few deep breaths and think of like how their strategies pan out. So we will be going to a very short break, and before we go, an update on that giveaway we mentioned by Coca Noodle. So the exclamation part Coca is going to give you information for the giveaway that is going through the whole weekend. So exclamation part Coca in the chat to for more info. But we are going to be throwing it to a very short break, and we'll be back in a few minutes for game number 3. Welcome back, everyone. As we're back from our very short break, and we have Savika, so that means loot subscription for game number 3 is coming in right here. I'm still Dead the Ghost. I'm still joined by Invective and Real Control, and game number 3 is underway, and this means that now we have our first checkmate player in Sheep, and well, it's going to be interesting to see if some of our players are going to be taking some risks to maybe uh, troll Sheep after he trolled on them and won the whole of game number 2. So yeah, Invective, what are you feeling right here?
I'm glad you asked. I think that if you are one of these players who is considering griefing Sheep, there are a few things that you have to consider. On one hand, you have to consider, where are my points standing at, right? if I'm able to get to check in the next game, I should only grief sheep so much as to not jeopardize the placement that I need in order to get check in the next game, right? So, for example, Scallywag, I believe, has something like 9 or 10 points. Scallywag shouldn't grief sheep past the point where they are looking at like a second or third place. But if you are one of the players at the very bottom of the standings, and your only hope of winning the finals is going to be to make sure nobody else wins a game in check and gets to checkmate, then you should probably grief sheep no matter what, because it's going to take you 2 games at the very least to get the check.
I think right now the most important part of this game isn't really like the boards right now. It's like really the mental game at this point, and see if you can hold the mental well enough to make sure you don't lose focus on what you need to do. Like you said once, sorry, give me 1 second there. Like Invective said, so right now the players at the top that have a chance of getting check this game, they're going to try to they're going to try to grief sheep's game to a certain extent, whereas like they can still get checked next game. But however, the bottom ranked ones, they might not even like try to like go for super high placements. They want to just try to make it so that they can try to get check next game, but also prevent sheep from getting into checkmates. So right now, I think the most important part is how everybody's gonna be playing against sheep. That's I think is gonna be what we're gonna be watching out for most during this game.
Oh, and we know something very interesting, which is that sheep is pretty much guaranteed to be contested. Sheep took tower defense and received quick striker emblem. But we can also see that there's another wandering trainer out there with both quick striker and sentinel. And we know that like more and more of these players are going to be inclined to play towards reroll lines or lines with melee carries, because that is one of the main benefits of having these kinds of support items. When you have like a powerful melee carry, you're able to buff them up with multiple items, give them more immunities, such as the way that Sheep is doing with this Banshee's Veil.
I mean, yeah, looking at it here, oh wow. Oh, I think Wiglor and Telkusoi have unintentionally contested each other because Telkusoi has a training. Yeah, so Wiglor took the Rebel emblem and already has an Akali, a Vex here, but Telkusoi took the training dummy with a random emblem, and it's the Rebel emblem of all emblems. So here. So we have the random contest here, and tower defense as well for Sheep has given him the quick striker. So there's a guarantee of at least 2 people contesting for this Akali. So my question is here: have Wiglor and Telkusovai, kind of thwarted themselves, especially as players who need to get a top 4 in order to get into that checkmate position?
Well, I think that Telkusovai has at least one more out, which is that he's currently playing around Chem Barons. Now, I don't know if I have a great idea that there's like a connection between Chem Barons and Rebels. I think there's one way you could do it. If you get Jinx, you can play around Smeech as well as Jinx. But overall, it's a bit tenuous. So we'll have to see if Telkusovai is willing to lean into that Chem Baron loss streak. And he's just one. So I don't know if that's going to be like a long-term plan. Maybe just get a 100 cash out. You can use that to turn around the tempo a little bit in the mid game. I could be a greater fan of that idea. But overall, you see a lot of our players who have a high number of points getting out to some mediocre starts. Sheep lost their win streak. Telkusovai lost their loss streak. And we saw that Wiglor is also currently mixed streaking. The lobby is currently in the hands of players like Mai, who have very powerful openers, such as with this Locket.
I mean, yeah, looking at it here, this Locket is very powerful, and you also have Crown Guarded, which I don't hate as an augment, especially if you're looking to play Zeri. You have Scar, who has some good AP ratios. You have Vander, who also has some decent AP ratios, and the Darius, who gets who gets healing based on his AP. So if you can get a couple of those crown guards for the watchers here, and if you can get that Zeri line, you're probably in a very good position as Mai to try and contest and and get towards that first place, especially because you have other people in the lobby trying, unintentionally or intentionally contesting each other, and he's playing a fairly uncontested line.
Yeah, I do believe that what Mai is seeing right now is something that he would love, that he likes himself, because once again, not contested. You're also in a very low spot right now. If I remember correctly, Mai only has 7 points right now. He needs to get a high placement this game to be able to secure himself for a possible game 5, or for like a possibility of like a good game 4 as well. So like Mai able to find something that he's able to play around right now, especially with the Crown Guarded, that Locket, two very good augments to begin off his game, and also a very strong support item as well to help himself playing possibly into this Zeri line would also be something really good to see. But does he stay with the line? We won't know yet until like later on.
Yeah, I want to see Mai hold on to these 2 costs this time around. Um, it may have been nice to level up, continue the win streak for sure, but like denying at the very least Akali. I wish Mai had held on to the Nocturne. Those are units that Sheep wants, and Sheep is the only one who can end this tournament on this game. So to Mai and to the other players, I really want them to grief as much as possible. Not because I don't like Sheep. Sheep was my pick to win the tournament, but I want to see the right play being made.
I mean, yeah, 100%. If you are looking to contest a lot of these players, you're probably looking at holding as many of the units as possible. You have the Twisted Fate now, as my you're holding here, and yeah, like you said, it's not like we have anything against Sheep. I'm just a big fan of TFT, and I hope we get as many games as we can here, because no, even though we had some technical difficulties, we're still seeing some very high quality gameplay happening here, and some very interesting games coming in. So I just want to see as many games possible.
Yeah, as we near the end of stage 2, I think things are getting a little bit spicy. Some of our 5 losers are looking to secure their 5 loss streak, and Silver is certainly going to be one of those people. But we saw Mai not being able to secure the 5 win streak, and that's going to be a real thorn in their side. I think Mai could have potentially leveled up, but opted not to, and that did end up biting them. So yeah, I mean Silver, we have to pay attention to Silver this game because their dummy just puts them in direct contention with Sheep, and they are on this like consistent loss streak. So I think that this means on level 6, you should really be looking for this board to find a lot of strength to be able to turn around the game and be a reasonable contest against Sheep.
Yeah, I'm 100% looking at it so very, very attentively, and then trying to see, because between Silver, Wiglor, and Telkusova, you already have 3 people in direct contention of Sheep, and they're always the other players in the lobby who can just hold these Nocturnes and these Akalis from Sheep, who sort of forced himself into this quick striker line. So either Sheep is going to get an augment that's going to allow him to transition from that line into something else, or Sheep is going to have to pull out some risky moves and try to roll down early to get those Akalis and those Nocturnes in.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to head into 3-2. Sorry, I feel like the next augment is going to say a lot more about how he's going to play the game. But like with the turret there, with that quick strike out there, he's kind of has to semi-force himself into this line, and he does have a little bit of possibility as well. He has 2 TFs, Twisted Fate, on the board ready, possibly for 2 Twisted Fate, and that could lead him into a very comfortable mid game. To be honest with you, like 2-star Twisted Fate at level 6, it is definitely something that could possibly help him play for a good win streak during stage 3. But once again, being contested, it's not exactly the most comfortable place to be in right now.
Yeah, we do have
Paint
gold augments for our second choice. I think Paint the Town Blue is somewhat appealing, but I think overall it's not one of the more powerful augments for the trait specific ones. I think that you could end up seeing Wiglor roll the second and third options, or even role paint the town blue quite early in order to find more value, something that really empowers those late game carries in Jinx and in Zoe.
I mean, Vampiric Vitality and the support Anvil were both very good options for him to take. So, is going to go for the support item. Is now thinking between the Zeke's Herald and the Banshees. Well, I'm hoping it's between the Zeke's Herald and the Banshees well, because the Chalice of Power, especially
Oh.
with those items, is going to go actually for the Randuin's Omen. So that is going to be a little bit tricky positioning wise for Wiggler, but he is still a very good player. He reached the finals, the top 8. So Wiggler probably has some plan in his head that he's going towards.
Yeah, I want to say that when it comes to those support items, there's some consideration for like you want to pick two support items that work well together. And you do know that Locket and Randuin's are not always going to hit exactly the same units. That can be a little bit frustrating because you're like, I'm losing value. But really, the point is that they both provide some sort of synergistic effect. You want to stack that sort of value on your front line, and I can understand why you would take two of the same kind. I also think that there's some consideration, though it's a very limited. It has very limited potential, but if there's a third augment, it's a prismatic. You hit immovable object. You just have the double Randuin's combination with a movable object. You just like win the game most of the time. So there is a little bit of consideration to go for that, or to go for something like Zeke's and then Fury of Blows.
Yep. Do you want to say it, Deadly Ghost?
Yeah, we have Betrayal from Sheep, doubling down in the quick striker department, going for the Ambessa and the Maddie. So that means that Sheep has I believe all quick strikers as well as the quick striker emblem. So this just means that either he's going to hit an Ambessa 2 very early, or his chances of winning the tournament on this game number 3 are going to be slim to none.
Yeah, I feel like once again seeing that win streak on Sheep for him, this is obviously great news because you're holding on to a really strong board right now. 4 quick striker on 3-2, mind you. And the Ambessa coming in really early. 2 Ambessas even actually. So even without that betrayal, he would already have 2 Ambessas on his board, leveling up, forcing the level 7. He wants to keep up that pressure that he has against the other players. He wants to make sure that he's stressing, like giving stress to the other players, making sure, trying to force them into making the wrong decisions while he's just here trying to cap out his board and possibly getting that checkmate this game.
Yeah, I think this is another situation. It's not really the same as last game, but the level of aggression might be, because I think that this, if I encountered this sort of playstyle, I would not expect it to go first very frequently, like Deadly Ghost, like the way you called out. But I mean, if he's winning rounds right now, if he's putting pressure on the rest of the lobby, like you said, are they going to be able to mount an effective response? Well, one thing that could happen is the second Sheep loses this win streak, if he's not back up to 50 gold, he's lost a lot of econ. He leveled up to 5 early, he leveled up to 6 early, and now he's leveled up to 7 early. So this sort of game plan doesn't always work, and something very interesting is also happening for Scallywag. I feel like Scallywag could very easily win this game because you have +1 to Conqueror, and you have a Mordekaiser on level 7 at 3-6. So these Conqueror stacks can only go up from here.
I saw it, and then I was like, my eyes are deceiving me. And then I saw it again, and I'm like, my eyes are definitely deceiving me, because how in the hell do we hit a 1% chance, from the Mordekaiser? Then again, what I said at the end of early game, nothing is impossible, just highly improbable, and the highly improbable has happened here.
hitting that Mordekaiser really early for Scallywag does mean, like we said, the stacks for Conqueror starts going up a lot more faster and also you don't need to worry about being stuck at for Conqueror for a while. It's a lot of power as well because you also have some nice items for Mordekaiser to use for the time being, and that also does mean that he is in actually like a somewhat comfortable spot right now, and it's not gonna take him too long, I'd say, before he managed to hit the 6 Conqueror for those really fast like stacking stacks for those rewards, and also for that extra power for the Conqueror units.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it here, you only need the Ambessa, coincidentally, which I think half the lobby has already here. So Scallywag is getting a little bit contested there. So you do really need the Ambessa or
I think it's Sway that he's missing as well.
Swain. Oh yeah, the Swain is also missing. So one of the two for Scallywag has to come in to get that 6 Conquer before 4-2, and then you can really start stacking up a lot of those. A lot of
Ooh. This
So
is
that
Spatula.
really big. This is really big for Thelkusavai because
and
Thelkusavai,
Wiggler.
the spot doesn't look insane, but remember Thelkusavai does have that +1 from training the training dummy. Thelkusavai does not need level 10. Thelkusavai just needs level 9. So that makes things a lot easier when it comes to that 10 rebel win condition, and the rest of the lobby's got to basically just try to end his game before he gets there.
Also, there is one also other possibility. Scallywag. Third augment has not come out yet. I think the second augment it was crest, right? I think it was a Conqueror's crest, if I'm correct. Yeah, so if the last one's prismatic, there is some hope for a 9 Conquerors game for him, but it has to be prismatic. But it's not likely, but it is also on the table.
I mean, technically, Telkusvai could get one more emblem here because the first one came from a training dummy. So, it's not an impossible option here. I've seen it happen, where the
I
person
think it
gets a
was
very
Woodwood.
beneficial one. Ooh, Clockwork Accelerator is very good here. Uh, Malicious monetization for Sheep. So Sheep is playing for high tempo. And this is what you have to do when you're playing a contested line and when you're playing for someone.
Oh!
Little bodies here for Telkusavai, especially in a comp that has a lot of 1 and 2 costs and a lot of 4 and 5 costs. That is so powerful for him.
I mean, your reactions say it all. There are some very powerful augment options being chosen here at the end of the game. I think that, Thelkus Fight does seem to recognize his win condition is on level 9. So, he's probably going to play level 8 a little bit slow and go for level 9 in that way. But you could run the risk of running into players like Silver, who have a lot of trait power online at level 7, who has that adrenaline rush from their third augment. That means that this board isn't quite as scary as Sheep's with that Ambessa, with that Maddie 3, but it's a strong board nonetheless. So taking a loss, and you can't take too many more of those losses if you want to win the game with those 10 Rebels.
The Spirit Link coming in here for Wiggler, but the problem that we saw for Telkusavai there is that he's still level 7, and he wasn't even very close to level 9 there. So Telkusavai really has to bank in on a lot of these other units just naturally coming into his shop, or maybe he can get a Jinx or an Alawi here in the carousel round, because otherwise, even if you get to level 9 as Telkusavai, if you can't hit those units, then the 10 Rebel win streak and win condition is not going to be online here. So Telkusavai, basically locked himself in a very difficult spot. However, you can really get out of that tricky position if you get here. And the 6 Conqueror are online for Scallywag, but he's going to take a loss from Parzival here. And Telkusavai takes another heavy loss, losing a quarter of his HP here. Is going to be first on that carousel round if we get a Jinx or an Alawi there, but you're really banking on Mordog blessing you here. And there's a Jinx. Of course there's a Jinx.
But the thing is, it's not on his side though. Is Parzival gonna take it?
No, Parzival's not awake! Oh, wow. Okay, so Thelkusmai just has to get to level 9. That's it. You don't have to get lucky. You're guaranteed as long as you're able to get the Jinx in. And let me say this. I feel like this is something that has been happening all set. There are a significant number of ways that you can get a +1 that doesn't affect your team size. I can remember in the first week of the set, Dish Soap was complaining on stream that I was being allowed by the rest of the lobby to have 10 Rebel for free. And in this situation, Thelkusmai is sort of being allowed to have 10 Rebel for free. Because the other people in the lobby were not super aware of it. But, you know, at the same time, Thelkusmai did want to roll down a little bit more on level 8. Did want to make sure that he doesn't succumb to dying out. But, you know, does this mean that it's going to take too much time?
Okay,
I mean, it certainly could take a little bit too much time. Sorry to interrupt you here, Control. I think we both have played this board quite a bit.
I think we played quite a bit. Problem is, right now, I think the problem was mentioned as well. He doesn't have that much gold anymore as well because he was trying to stabilize, and he's not finding much of it like, even though he's trying to stabilize, he isn't still finding much value out of it, I think. Wait, never mind.
Ooh.
But that is... The Mordekaiser didn't stay long enough, unfortunately. But heading back to Teokosovai's board, his board is okay for now, but I don't think it has enough power to stabilize a level 8 yet. So it's either that he risks it and tries to force level 9 to try to activate that 10 Rebel, or die while doing it.
I also
now
went
we are onto
Go ahead.
our anomaly round. And I think dual wielding is one of those options that it can be understated, but these two items of value can make a tremendous difference. And putting those on your Alawi, your future main tank, that is one of the ways Wiglor can get back in this game. I see a Mordekaiser anomaly. What's it going to be? Stone Skin, not my favorite, but Scallywag is in an advantageous position, does have a lot more time left to stack in the game. I like Fortified quite a lot for Garen, but we haven't seen Zeri do all that well this evening so far. And the touch of Frost comes through for Grub. I love this anomaly. I think it can make a tremendous difference, but these items on this Academy Sentinel board, not my favorite. So our players are finalizing their situations, but are all of them getting the value they need to win the game?
If I'm being honest, I only saw like one anomaly of value here, and that makes it a really difficult spot for a lot of our players here. I think someone like Silver has the innate power from the adrenaline rush and from these augments that he can confidently take a maybe less powerful anomaly, but the Zoe is stacking, and the Zoe has a Morellonomicon, and Wiglor is going to take out Silver here. Telkusvai also got a win here and has 40 gold. And I believe we're only waiting on an Alawi to come into the shop. But Telkusvai has 40 gold, is only on the beginning of level 8. However, you know, if these Raptors give him a little bit of gold, or if the Savika gives him a bunch of gold on the start of next round, I think Telkusovai maybe did really well to go on that little roll down and try and get a couple of these.
Support item.
It's a support item, but Virtue of the Martyr here is so powerful for him. It gives him the extra bit of healing that he needs for his frontline, because we know that the Rebel frontline has a lot of HP and gets a lot of HP stacking, so Virtue of the Martyr just gains so much value. But we have a lot of good items coming in here. Ooh, Aegis of the Legion for the Ambessa here, and we haven't been talking about Sheep that much because he took a bit of a nosedive there, but he still has a very powerful board, and he is still in first place here.
Yeah, I think Sheep might have, you know, not necessarily won all of the rounds that he did that he had malicious monetization active, but he's in a position where I feel like it might no longer be possible for him to win the game. He sort of played his spot to the natural conclusion, and maybe I can see the rationale is I'm bound to be contested this game by silver. Maybe what I have to do is I just have to get as many points as possible and play for the situation where nobody gets checkmate by the end of 5 games. That's completely reasonable to me, but I don't know if Sheep has a way to answer some of the players like Belkusify, because I think he's going to get to level 9 really soon.
I think Telkusavai is 1 round away from getting to level 9.
Can we see his board right now? Yeah, he's literally just 1 round away.
He's 1 round away. I think he's waiting to get that Alawi. Maybe he's going to slow roll it down. But Telkusavai is also on a win streak because you have this very powerful Jinx here. You have this Jace that's also a very powerful frontliner, and this Elise with the Jace with the form swapper are just helping out his board so much. This Garen is going to go on the Jinx here, so that means that this board from Mai with the Zeri and with the Kog'Maw are going to deal so much damage, and Telkusavai is finally going to take a loss, but he's still on 2 lives because of how many units he took out from Mai's board. So I feel like Telkusavai is slowly but surely getting away with murder here.
I don't know if the other players have realized yet that he still needs that Aloy though. Is there anyone like, I don't know if they're trying to like hold onto the Aloys at all to like prevent him hitting that cap, but like I think it's nearly I think it's almost inevitable right now for him to hit level 9 and possibly get that 10 Rebel available. But also at the same time, I'm looking at Mai right now. He's somehow holding on to a really strong win streak, as we can see. But Wiggler has a 2-star Jinx at level 8.
Yeah, that is very interesting stuff. Wiglord is not playing for the 10 Rebel win, but Wiglord has certainly found a little bit more strength than it is on average at level 8.
That might be big ult.
That Jinx has, ooh, that's a huge amount of damage. And Mordekaiser doesn't have one of the anomalies that really allows him to break the game. Unfortunately, Scallywag, despite hitting the 6 Conqueror benchmark quite early on, doesn't have a lot of power left. And Telkusavai is going to be down to 1 life, but we saw what happened the last time he had a first pick on the carousel.
Grub is going to be taken out. There's no Alawi, there's no Rebel Emblem here, but there is a 5 cost. And is Telkusavai going to try and go for the 5 cost and maybe deny the Firelight Emblem? No, he's going to go for the smart choice in getting the QSS here. And you know, it's a 5 cost. It's a lot more gold. You get the QSS for a unit that really needs it. And that gives you a little bit of extra gold to roll down here as well. So all eyes are on Telkusavai right now, and hopefully we have to get in the lobby. There are already a fair few of them out of the pool here, but no Alawis yet coming in here. This is so scary. You know, skipping over the Zoe 2 once. Oh, we're rolling down. We're rolling down so hard.
Yes!
There's a light!
Yeah.
But he has a gone! He's gone!
Oh! And he's going up against Scallywag, who just managed to hit the Malzahar too. And the Mordekaiser too.
I don't think he has it.
Oh, this is good.
Getting a lot of AoE down. Jace casts ult. Yes, half the board down, but it's not enough. Mordekaiser's still alive. But I think Mordekaiser's ult's nearly over. It's over now. So we'll see how the ult goes. Doesn't kill him, but I think he has enough damage. I think Jinx just has enough.
No! What? That is the thinnest margin between like absolute defeat and complete victory. I think Telkusavai just needed to roll a little bit faster, needed to make decisions a tiny bit quicker, and that could have been it for the rest of the game. But I feel like it's in that moment where you're like, I don't even expect to hit Alawi in the next roll. So I don't know which unit needs to come off my board if I do hit Alawi on the next roll. And then he hits Alawi on the next roll, and he doesn't have the plan in action for that 1 second where you need to make a decision, and it's all over. Unfortunately, that means that the rest of the lobby he's more in contention for this first place, and Thel Kusavai is going to need yet another game to get into check.
Also, one more thing as well. Sheep's also on chopping board as well against Wiggler right now. Wiggler, well, I think he has the game. I think Sheep is going to take it. Jason coming out. White's half the board as well.
Wiggler's Jinx 2 is just destroying everything, and Sheep is going to get taken out in 6th place. Silver is going to be Sheep is probably going to get 5th after Silver gets eliminated after we get out of cutscene. So Silver is 6th, Sheep is 5th, and this just means that the doors have wide open for Wiggler and Scallywag, who were very close to that checkmate point, and they needed a top 4. So I'm going to check once again with our admin here about the point totals.
I don't know how close they are. I know for a fact Wiggler was on like 8 points. So Wiggler needs first place. I think if Scallywag is out right here, Scallywag might have it, but probably doesn't. So it's gonna come down to what are we? Oh, it's another spat. Oh my gosh! This is going to be a very interesting finale. I don't know if anybody still has. I don't know if anybody still has a component open to make use of that spat. But
oh god! I think Maya is just. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Just to give you an update. Scallywag needs a 2nd, Wiggler needs a 1st to be able to enter checkmate.
And right now we'll go see if Scallywag can manage to finish parts of all to be able to enter that place in the first place. So Mordekaiser getting the ult out, trying to do as much damage as he can. Frontline's going down very quick, Muno's down very low and Muno's gone. Mordekai's still staying alive. But he's on the backlines already, Silco's going down very fast, he is dead. Mordekai's just basically killed the entire backline.
Mordekaiser here for Scallywag.
Yeah, Scallywag's holding on by just an inch, by 6 HP, and in all of these fights that he wins, you can see that Mordekaiser's hanging on with the slightest bit of Omnivamp from his ability, with the slightest bit of attack speed gained from the Clockwork Accelerator, with a little bit of shielding from that Moonstone Renewer, and it has been enough so far. Nobody has been eliminated in the first round of Stage 6. We are going to have Mai versus Parzival. These snipers and watchers are going to be going up against... Ooh,
I think it's going to be a hard game.
This is the Black Rose Dominator board.
Right, we'll see how this goes. First of all, Zeri's on a very good spot. She's not very close to Silco, but Mordekai's getting ult out. Not really doing that much, to be honest. And also, same with Sion. Sion's not getting a really huge CC. So Zeri's able to stop for her. Ginsu's stacking up. Zeri's damage starting to come out very quick as well. Need to see Big Gem. Also getting a damage up out. I think Skywag's going to be... Wait, no, Skywag. I think Mai's going to win the game. Parzival's going to get eliminated here.
Mai is going to be taking the round. Parzival is getting eliminated. Scallywag got eliminated in 4th. And Wiggler is on a massive win streak. So it all comes down to this last round. Will Wiggler take the victory and be only the 2nd player to reach checkmate? Or will we get Mai taking down the upset over Wiggler and Sheep be still our only player in checkmate? So this is potentially the final round of the game of our game number 3 here. So this is going to be very powerful. But this Jinx is in a very good position to stun the Kog'Maw. But no, the stun is going to miss. But this Jinx is still ramping up, and this ult from is coming in. The Jinx ult is coming in, and everything gets eliminated here on the side of Mai. But the lifesteal. Oh wow,
it was very close. It was very close, but not necessarily close in terms of the fight, but close in terms of the margin that decided the end. Because if you saw at the very start of the fight, the long distance pals for Mai, it just ended up on the Vladimir instead of on the Kog'Maw. He was previously spreading out those snipers so that they could they could absorb each other's base stats, but unfortunately in this position it wasn't enough as each player tried to make their adjustments in the final seconds of the planning phase. It ended up being the case that Mai didn't get all the damage value that they needed in order to even have a chance of winning that fight against Wiglor. And Wiglor, despite missing the stun, like you said, with the Jinx, the entire board-wide stun from the Victor, the board-wide splash damage from Jinx and from Zoe, those were the things that made the difference. And it wasn't Sheep winning the tournament with Rebels, but it was Wiglor getting into check with Rebels. What a great performance from someone who has been known to start making comebacks.
I mean, yeah, we were talking about Wiglor in our game number 4, right? Right. Sorry, in our week number 4. You know, as someone, as the gatekeeper of the middle pack, and then Wiglor with those massive wins. You know, to shot himself up into the top 8 and kept himself there. You know, even winning out one of our semifinal lobbies. So you know, I definitely wouldn't count him out, and especially now that he has reached checkmate, Wiglor is someone that we'll be closely looking at. So I believe we are going to be throwing it to another very short break, as we are going to be going into game number 4 very quickly. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 4 of the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series finals here. I'm still at the Ghost. I'm still joined here by Invective and by the Real Control. You're probably a little bit tired of hearing that, but it is what it is. We are who we are, and this is the same place. But uh, what's not the same is how many people we have in Checkmate, because we can add Wiggler to that very number list, so a very small list. So that number has jumped up to 2 right now. So Sheep and Wiggler are in that check threshold of 16 points, and that means that's another player to worry about whether they will be winning the game and taking the title here. And Invective, I feel like with one player you could get away with contesting them or trying to hold hold a couple of their units, but now with 2 people in check, I feel like you're kind of more inclined to just play your own game and try to beat him like that.
Well, things have certainly become 2 times more complicated, but I'm excited to see that the finals are heating up. I think Wiglor is a player who might not as consistently contest for first place as Sheep, but like we've said before, he has the ability to come back from a situation that looks bad, that puts a little bit of pressure on him, and that asks a lot. So we saw him do that last game, playing for the more humble Jinx 2 on level 8 instead of the 10 Rebels on level 10, but hey, this game he could bring it back yet again. Whereas, as you can see for Sheep, I feel like Sheep is playing a little bit for tempo, kicking the can down the road, saying, I'm going to find a way to win in the late game. I'm going to take slamming.
Yep, I think slamming does mean that he also is able to level up a lot more faster and a lot more comfortably as well, giving himself a bit more tempo, possibly a bit more eco as well. And that's also pretty good as well, especially if you want to hit that high cap board to make sure you can secure a very stable first place to be able to hit that checkmate.
Yeah, looking at it here, you know, you're playing slamming, but you're kind of also looking to play for a little bit more tempo here. If you're Sheep, you know, you already have a couple of these sorcerers. You have the Amumu for the extra bit of frontline, and the Swain is tanking up quite a bit here with this. Sorry, my mind went to League of Legends Jack show, so yeah, you know, I've been playing a lot. I've been playing a lot of it. So yeah, adaptive helm. There we go. That was the name of the item. Thank you very much, Heltic, our wonderful producer slash admin slash tournament organizer. But yeah, this is a very strong board from Sheep over here.
Yeah, and to have a look at Wiglor's position, I feel like Wiglor really loaded in and said, let me get this dub. Because you can see that he took Spoils of War, he's got a Rage Blade slammed, he wants to push the tempo. These are powerful early game options that give him the opportunity to extend a lead. And it's not a look that you always get from Wiglor, but it is very cool nonetheless.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm looking at Teal's board right now. Only 2 units. He wants to play for the Cam Baron, but he's kind of just giving him HP right now. Like, where is that 3rd unit and when is it going to come? Because at this point right now, Patient Study, yes, that is available for him, but also at the same time, if you're going to be playing that Cam Baron line, you shouldn't be sacrificing that much HP without, like, gaining anything out of it.
I mean, yeah, it does seem like Telkusova is going for a little bit of a more op- uh, open-ended. You know, it's not open 14 quite you know, much. But now Telkusova has a couple of units fielded in. Maybe he was AFK or had some internet troubles. No, he's going to sell the board. Again, only 2 Cam Barons, so maybe he's going to go on that lost streak, try to find a Rennie here, but I don't know what the plan is from Telkusvai because well, I'm gonna be honest here, I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, he's deceiving them. I think, you know, he might be one of those players who is comfortable sacking a little bit of HP if it gives him the opportunity to get into Chem Baron. Of course, you don't want to lose 18 HP right out of the gate without having those stacks, but if he is able to get Chem Baron in, such as with Rennie, there's a pan on this carousel as well. I think that those are very compelling options. Now, Wiglor is going to get the pan, not going to deny Chem Baron away from Thelkusvai, but now I feel like both of them have gained compelling options here. We did say Wiglor was trying to play for a strong start. It doesn't seem like he's been able to have that strong start. Doesn't seem like he's been able to get the spoils online just yet. But if this is able to give him a little bit more frontline to get that Rage Blade value, then that could make a big difference.
Thelkusvai just leveled up to...
If that was a Silco, we would be talking.
Yeah.
I think that was a Silco. I think we went to the mo. Sorry.
Yeah.
If that was a Silco, mic drop. That's it.
Yeah. You know, the patient study here for Thelkusvai, you know, with those losses, he is going to be leveling up very nicely. So a couple of economy augments here. Sheep is pushing for a lot of tempo here. Levels up to 6, tries to keep this this win streak going. Is going up against Thelkusvai, who, well, is level 5 but only has 3 units on the board. So I think you know, Sheep's win streak is very safe there. But I do want to check out Wiglor because he got the cooking the pan there. So I think we might be able to see some very interesting gameplay happening from Wiglor. Someone had the Rig Forger. Maybe it was Wiglor, maybe it wasn't. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
I think I'm with you that it's going to be interesting. I think what's going to be really interesting is if Sheep is going to be able to win this next round, because all his eggs are in this win streak basket. If you do not win this next round, your game is pretty much over. It's okay to level up to level 6 if you have enough justification, but you're going up against level 4. Parsival is actively sacking his board in order to try to grief someone like Thelkusvai, so this is going to be the victory. Now, I have to admit, I feel like Sheep is playing slightly over-aggressive. If you consider what he loses out from leveling up as aggressively as he is doing, I think he's already down a full interest interval over several rounds in order to get level 6, in order to push this kind of advantage. I don't think that the amount of damage you do to other players necessarily justifies this, because it was reworked a few sets ago that additional damage above level, above like 3 or 4 units is just 1 HP per unit. So the way that stands, I think that these hard-hitting losses are not necessarily pressuring the lobby as much as he would like. He's really just feeling comfortable today, pushing as aggressively as possible. And if that's the move, that's the move. I think that Sheep needs to find another justification further on down the line for why he's spending this much money. Maybe he's going to get a 4 or 5 cost earlier on in the game, and he's going to be able to pivot his game plan to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that could be the case here, and it could, you know, come back to bite him in, later on. But you know, that remains to be seen. We see Wiglor here with that pan was able to create a nice bruiser emblem here. But the thing is, we saw bruiser emblems and what they could do in game number 1, and it was not a lot. So, you know, I'm really wondering if this was the right decision for Wiglor here. Yes, you can play this massive bruiser front line that's really powerful, but that board really became a lot more powerful in the next patch with a couple of the buffs that came over to Twitch, not this current patch that our players are playing on. So I think Wiglor probably has the wrong read on the meta, at least for this patch, because you know, while he is going to take the victory over Thelkusvai, it is a board for Thelkusvai that wants to take this massive loss streak here. So I I don't know how this is going to turn out for Wiglor.
Yeah, well, there's
Um,
certainly some interesting stuff being offered here.
hmm.
You can go ahead in 1 second, but that trade tracker has tempted people before. And Golemify! Golemify is a huge, tremendous option here. If is Wiggler willing to do it
Take
again?
it.
He's not willing. He's not willing to do it. He did it once and he's not willing to do it again. Oh, I feel like he got burned in game one when he took that with the Edge of Night augment with the melee carries. But this position, you have so much HP that's already on your board. I promise you, Golemify was a really cool option there.
That is a lot of. Wait, hold up. I think I just saw something interesting. Is Sheep level 7?
Oh, this is the sump. She misses set 9. This is the sump gameplay.
Oh. Sheep is playing oddly aggressive this finals. This is like the second or third game that he's been playing like super aggressive tempo, just going high levels, just trying to play those high stacks. And
I just want to point out very quickly, Control. There's a Mundo and there's a Silco.
well, I don't know what to say anymore. And there's another circle as well.
Wait, there's an experiment angle on this board. No, he sold the Urgot. But no, this is some really interesting stuff. I think that playing flexibly in this way is not a skill or a way that a lot of players choose to play anymore. I think a lot of players are econ minded these days, and the game no longer rewards this gameplay quite as much. But that being said, Sheep is finding a way so far. Sheep has done this game after game, and this game, it really does feel like he has the opportunity to turn it into something that scales in the late game, because he's been able to find some forecasts that go together well.
Oh my, this is a very tough fight here for Telkusavai, but oh, I have some opinions on what Telkusavai is doing right now, and I don't think it's paying out for him.
Please go ahead. Go ahead, say what you think.
I think you, as Telkusavai, you probably needed to get a little bit of rolling in to just hit a few of those Camberans, because having 170 shimmer stacks at 40 health with at the carousel at 3 and stage number 3 is not the way to go about your game.
Well, Delkusavai is going to probably take one more loss before he considers cashing out. I think a 200 cash out does not justify losing this much HP, but that being said, anything can happen. I think at the end of your loss streak, you might be able to find something like the Smeech, which is ultimately what you're playing for with the Banshee's Veil, with the Hand of Justice slammed. I think that this spot could start turning itself around, and I'm glad that he's not trying to go for something like Silco, one of those higher Cambaran cash out boards, knows that he needs to be able to play the Smeech here. I think that some of the things that are less optimistic about this position is he's got one augment that's basically dead, right? Patient Study was able to get him to this point, but it's not going to do anything for him if he's slow rolling at 7. So he needs to be able to hit this Smeech 3 and turn the game around before he starts seeing value from his first augment.
The problem with all this though is that, like, once again we have said, he only has 32 HP left. He might be getting 200 cash out right now. It might give him something decent, but like, how is it going to work out for him in the long term? Because looking at his board, there's only one Smeech. What, like, if we wanted that 3-shot Smeech, you have so much rolling to do. And looking at what you got there isn't what you wanted. There isn't any Smeeches. There isn't that small champion duplicator. So, and he also chose to save the Shimmer right now. So, Teal Kusama right now, I really don't see how he's going to be able to hold back. I don't know how he's going to be climbing back out right now.
Yeah,
this
you're
round
right
in particular. No, I'm so sorry, Deadly Ghost. I feel like this round in particular, he needs to have found a little bit more strength just to make sure that this loss isn't bad. You're going up against an Ezreal 2 and a Leona 2. How are you going to kill any units? I know that it's more econ if you lose this round, but going down to 2 lives in this position, it's the epitome of playing risky. And I don't know if that's justifiable.
No, it really isn't. I really think Telkusvai needed to get that role in coming in, because you have 4 Chem Barons, you really needed that Silco for the 5, unless you find the Silco right now, and then you can hope to be on 1
Speech.
life, and then there's another Smeech, there's another
Oh.
Rennie as well, but
Oh, he didn't cash
yeah,
out. That's what happened.
yeah, so he didn't cash out. He got a 45 shimmer loss. So one more loss for the 300 cash out. And if the 300 cash out gives him a 2-star Smeech, then this game is salvageable for Telkusvai.
Ooh.
However, it's so difficult right now because yeah, you do get the ambusher emblem here, but you're so low HP.
At this point right now, the only thing you can really do is hopefully hope for that 300 cash out to have that 2-star Smeech at the bare minimum. And find the 3 Smeeches literally within the next 2 rounds. Because if you do not find it in the next 2 rounds, you're more than likely saying goodbye to this game. Right. Anyways, now, I think Invictus trying to speak. but I
I'm
think
so
his mic's
sorry,
muted.
I was muted. I was gonna say, you take a look around, you see a player like Grub who has Powder 3, Smeech 2, Echo 2 on level 6. Your units are more contested than they are on average, right? I think Thelkusavai, he's on the 1 life now. It's do or die. Let's see if it happens.
Yeah, I think Telkusvai is probably really glad there wasn't a wind-up monkey to take out 10 HP off of him, because he would have gotten eliminated here. But the next augment is coming in this next round, and well, it is a gold augment, but nothing here is really shouting out for Wiggler. Maybe the piercing lotus, which can help him out very uh, very very much so, especially in this 6 bruiser board, that that little bit of critical strike, that little bit of oomph can help you out. Overheal is actually a very good one for if you want to play Smeech. So it's really good there. Grub going for Pandora's items, a couple of trifectas here, and
Or grab bag.
if I'm not mistaken, we also saw a couple of people holding Smeeches here as well. So yeah, oof, Parsival with the martial law and the 2-star Ambessa.
Not to mention there's also law enforcement as well. So I think that is a pretty nice position to be playing for this enforcer board right now. Having the Caitlyn here, that does mean there's a lot of extra power here. As you can see, the Caitlyn just chipping away the backline Gangplank's HP. Even though the Pit Fighter is trying to keep him up, he's still dead.
Telkusvai got
Telkusavai's out.
eliminated.
Yep.
That's really unfortunate to see, but it also, I think it means that Thelkusavai isn't going to be in contention for the first place in this tournament, right? It means that Thelkusavai doesn't reach check this game, and as a result of not reaching check this game, next game is guaranteed to be the final game, whether we have a winner by checkmate or we have a winner by points. So, I don't think Thelkusavai did a wonderful job this season. Thelkusavai led points for weeks in a row, did wonderfully in the playoffs, but at this critical juncture, wasn't able to finish the job. And sometimes that's just the way it goes. Not his day. On the other hand, Grub is doing really well with these ambushers. Sheep has extended a massive HP lead, and Wiggler, despite not necessarily being in the most powerful position in the standings, still has an opportunity to make this game work.
Yeah, I mean, Wiggler is down to his last 2 lives. However, he is not out. He's not out yet. He cannot be counted out. Well, with that heavy loss he just took to Scallywag, maybe now, but
oh god,
yeah,
he does not have any of the units that he needs. He can't be counted out. I promise he can be counted out.
he just found his Twitch.
Thumbs up.
He doesn't have. I don't think he has a Twitch 2 here. So
But
I think.
he,
Go
he has a
ahead.
champion duplicator though. He has a champion duplicator. If he finds one more Twitch, there could be a bit of saving grace, but just a bit at this point.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's gonna have to find in the next shop. Then he has to find a good anomaly, and he can't win. He can't lose any round after that. No Twitch so far. Twitch.
Out it.
Oh my gosh, there's a Twitch too, but
You can sell the stab and then
you can sell the stab.
hold on to champion duplicator. Is he gonna do it though? That's the question. I don't think he's registering that
I think
yet.
he has to do it. I think he has to do it.
Is he not registering it? No, he used it.
Because I think the really important thing is you also want to be able to upgrade this Mundo, right?
Yeah, but you want to upgrade a Mundo, maybe even hopefully a Lucky Caitlyn, but like just doing that there just loses a lot of opportunities of playstyles. I think he just didn't register the fact that he had his stab in the shop and he could just take it with Twitch.
Yeah. It's a hard decision to make under pressure, but Wiglor did still manage to upgrade the Twitch. Is it going to be enough this round? Going up against +1 Pitfighter, going up against the Vi 2. Vi is so close to taking down the Elise, and the Twitch damage doesn't stick. There are a lot of carries over on the other side, and Wiglor is out as well. The only other player in this lobby who can win the tournament right now is Sheep.
And as you can see right
now... Go ahead.
Yeah, but I was just going to say that Sheep took a loss as well, so it's starting to look a little bit dicey for him for the time being.
I mean, Sheep was playing very high tempo. A lucky find on the LeBlanc there lets you control.
Sorry,
we do see no, that's okay. As we do see a lucky find on the LeBlanc, so that means the Black Rose is starting to bloom once more, and this Silco 2 is starting to deal a lot of damage. But Sheep, with all of that tempo play that he's played, he is level 8. He has 50 gold here, so that's something going in his favor. But I think this board, especially from Grub and from Scallywag, they already have a lot of their units upgraded, and Grub is waiting for that worth the wait to get a 4-star powder, which means that this board from Grub can only evolve.
Yeah, I think Sheep is a little bit far away from spending money as well. Wants to go to level 9 before he starts rolling down, because I feel like a lot of his upside is in being able to find LeBlanc, being able to find Mordekaiser, right? LeBlanc 2 and Mordekaiser, or a 6 cost. But as you play against people such as Scallywag, you're running into people who've been able to spike much earlier. Scallywag was able to do that with the heroic grab bag, upgrading Ezreal to Ezreal 3. That being said, I feel like my perception of the tempo is a little bit odd this game. It's only 4-7, and some of these boards are very strong.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, looking at it, a lot of these boards have sort of leveled up to some boards we would see on stage 5 even. Scallywag went for a little bit of an unorthodox line in the Ezreal 3. However, it has paid out for him, especially with this infectious anomaly. You have a 3-star you have a 3-star Ezreal, a 2-star Zoe, and you have this Corki for Artillerist. So I think Scallywag probably has this this figured out, especially with the sparring mace.
He managed to make red buff Sunfire.
Well,
I was going to say that as well. That is kind of unfortunate.
Well, he has the board strength, but the item strength is not present.
Lacking.
I mean, it happens to the best of us. I've done this a million times. Powder did a huge bomb, but the rest of the ambushers are going to be able to clean up for the most part. Wow.
Yeah.
There's so much DPS in that fight. There's so much burst. It happens in a split second.
And it's also a little bit scary as well. Once again, we have to mention again that powder 4-star. It's starting to come closer and closer, and it's kind of like a ticking bomb right now, hanging on the other players' heads.
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree with you
look.
there. Parsifal with the martial law has struggled since we last saw this martial law taking full advantage. I think it's frustrating to not be able to find a third full item for this Ambessa, to be playing a Vi on your board without any items at all. But this board still has a lot of upside. If you are able to find the Caitlyn 2 in particular, I would be very scared of this board.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, but the thing that I was really not sure about was leveling up to 9 and putting in that Savika, because I thought the Parsifal was probably going to roll down for the three for a couple of those frontline units and maybe a 3-star Loris. But goes for the level 9, is going to get eliminated by Mai here with this academy board, as Sheep and Scallywag have started to take on losses, and Grub is slowly but surely, uh,
4 more rounds.
coming up the ranks here, and I feel like this game number 4 has been turned on its head.
Yeah, Grub hasn't had the best day, but Grub is making the most out of this Powder situation. I feel like Powder is a unit that sometimes it feels hard to justify playing her, investing in her, but in this particular moment, she is doing immense amounts of damage. Look at the way she's able to start blowing up the front line from the very start of the fight.
One roll.
With this frontline positioning, she's able to survive sometimes with the Hand of Justice, and yeah, the frontliners that survived were Vander and Scar, but Vander and
Wait.
Scar might be able to put up a fight against Pit Fighter Ambessa.
I don't think they have it yet, but I think the Pit Fighter message just falls out. Just
Yeah,
about
I
as
think
well.
she wins it out, but Silver's board has hit critical mass right now, because you have that 6 pit fighter online. You need one more pit fighter here, since Seth is not a pit fighter, so you would need one more extra emblem to make 8 pit fighter. But still, Silver has this very powerful board, and he's going to get a lot of good items here for that ambassador, for some of these other pit fighter units. So we could possibly see. Ooh, that's a 3-star Swain as well. So yeah, this is looking like a very strong board from Silver, especially now with a couple of these upgrades.
Yeah, when you get to level 9 from this position, I think there is some reason to suggest that you could play around 4 Form Swapper as well. I think that that would help you cap out really well when your main tank is Swain and your main backline carry is Gangplank. That is a tremendous amount of damage. You pivot that Pit Fighter emblem over onto someone like Jace, he's gonna do infinite. Now, are you gonna get there? Because Sheep has been slamming for the entire game, found his way to level 9. He looks a lot stronger than he did at the end of stage 4. Oh, Silco at the end of the fight just does so much damage.
Yeah,
so
Sheep there managed to find the 6 dominators,
Oh.
as Mai is going to be getting eliminated there. Grub has taken a loss. Is 2 rounds away from getting to that powder 4, but one of those rounds is going to be a neutral round. So Grub has a couple of saving graces there, but I want to jump to Sheep's board, because if I'm not mistaken, Sheep has. Okay, so I am mistaken. I thought there were a lot more Elises than there actually were. I thought we were on track for another 3-star forecast, but still, we have the 6 Dominator, we have the 4 Black Rose. Maybe we can get 5 Black Rose if we get another emblem here. But even without the fifth Black Rose emblem, the LeBlanc and the Silco are doing so much damage. and they're demolishing everything here. And this is kind of reminiscent of like the first patch of this set.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is. As we head into this dragon round, I want to set the stakes, right? If Sheep does not manage to win this game, 3 more players are going to find themselves in check. That's going to be Silver, that's going to be Scallywag, and that's going to be May. With Grub, I'm not 100% sure. I think Grub at 7 points is not going to find himself in check, but he's been having an amazing performance this game so far. Really proud to see that come through. So, as we go into the final act of this game, Sheep really wants to win this game because if he does not, the competition becomes that much closer. He's able to find the Mordekaiser, find the Thieves' Gloves, upgrade this Garen with a Black Rose emblem, and are we going to roll down, or are we saving our gold for one final knockout punch?
I think as Sheep right now, you have the quality right now. You have a good chance of saving up for possibly the level 10. I don't think you're really that like contested against like board strength wise, but we'll see right now with this Rebel board to see if it can do anything against Sheep's Dominator board. Once again, Sion coming out, getting out the ult, but the stun coming in huge. Sion doesn't get his knockup at all. Sion didn't get knocked up. Garen's still trying to tank, but he's really low on HP. Mordekaiser gets ult out, but it's not doing anything. He's still stunned, but Joey's HP down very low as well, and I don't think that the Rebel board has it. Yep, Scallywag doesn't have it. Sheep takes down another win.
There are so many sources of chip damage coming from Sheep's board that even if you take down the Silco, in some lucky way, whether that's Zoe's splash damage or Corki's spell or Ezreal, you still end up losing the fight to like a LeBlanc, a Cassiopeia, and a Ziggs. And that's the value of having a trait like 6 Dominator in, is all of those units actually scale up really nicely towards the end of the fight. So Scallywag is now on the ropes.
Scallywag took a huge risk as well there by transferring a lot of these items over to the Ezreal there, but it's not working out for him because, you know, yes, this Ezreal has double Infinity Edge, but you really need that attack speed, or you really need that Spear of Trojan to stack here. Yes, this 4-star Powder is taken out, but this Vander is still surviving. Oh, but this Ezreal is taking down Grub. And Sheep is taking a loss to Silver. Ooh. Luckily, though, it wasn't too bad of a loss for Sheep because, while he can still get eliminated, I think his board is probably strong enough that he can try to at least save a little bit for this round and then level up to 10 and put in that 5th Black Rose. Or
no, he's going to right now.
Risk. He's gonna do it right now.
Just
he's going to put in the list. He sells the Mordekaiser to put in the 5th Black Rose unit, and so this upgrade is actually really massive because 4 to 5 Black Rose, Sion actually regains back all of the HP that he has lost and then casts his stun. So this is very important.
Powder's still alive.
It's so powerful there. The Powder is surviving. The Victor is putting everyone in the stun, and the Echo is doing so much damage.
Wait.
Oh.
No, I don't think it's enough though.
I don't think it's enough as well.
Yeah, it's crazy the way some of these fights play out. Grub is going to be eliminated by Sheep here, but like the people that finish the fight, because of all the splash damage on these boards, the people that finish the fight are like these random frontliners that just have to like duke it out at the very end. And there's a lot of interesting stuff on this carousel.
It's now down to a final 1v1 between Sheep and Silver. Now the only goal right now is to see if Silver can manage to squeeze out. I think just one more win with 5 or more units will be able to stall into the 5th game. Sheep just needs to win, however, he needs to win the next 2 fights and hopefully win it good enough. With at least 10 characters minimum. And I think it's very doable right now because Sheep's board, 6 Dominator, 5 Black Rose. That's a lot of power on the board right now, as you can see.
Yeah, he's going to sell She's going to sell the Elise for the Victor, but I think this is the wrong decision because you really need that health regain from the Sion, because otherwise, it's you're missing a really big part of your front line. Yes, this Pitfighter board can also, go on to the back line
Sion's gone.
Easily, but Sion is deleted.
Vika's still spraying down. Garen's down very low.
Oh,
Garen.
I think
Oh, there's a
this might be the game. I think
Why
this might just be the game, and the Sheep may have. Yeah, it is going to be the game, and I think Sheep countered himself.
Yeah, she
Yep.
actually the positioning was maybe it was just a critical error at the very end where he wanted so badly to get mentorship value that the front line ended up being really vulnerable to the way that Silver had positioned, to the way that all of those pit fighters were stacked up, ready to take advantage, ready to get to the backline. We didn't stall for long enough. But, that is what it is. But there's going to be one more game. That means that our players are tired, our casters are tired, but it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to who musters that final bit of energy. And in this game, Sheep
Oh,
just barely didn't have enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, the
Eh,
Sheep. Sorry, go ahead.
go no, go.
Okay. No, unfortunately, the Sheep. Not only did he just sacrifice the Scion's healing, but also at the same time, I don't know if you've noticed, but Savika got the flamethrower, and she was targeting Garen. Garen was not able to stay for as long as he could because Savika was just getting true damage down, tripping through the Garen as well. And then in the end, Vi managed to sneak up in the backline, take out the Silco, take out that LeBlanc. Those two crucial characters that Sheep had, and close the game. So congratulations, Silver, on winning Game 4, and we will be seeing a Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, this just means that we have about 3 more players who have locked in check now. So in this game number 5, we're going to have 5 players here. So that means that in a very few short minutes we are going to have the deciding game of the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series Spring Split finals. So don't go too far. Game number 5 is coming up. Welcome back. It is game number 5, and the Ireland Esports Collegiate Spring Split TFT Finals has come down to Victor's vision, which means 6 costs are in the shop come 4-1. So, what does this mean? This means that while it's not as chaotic as prismatic party, it does mean that leveling up is heavily encouraged. That reroll comps are out of the gate, unless it's a level 7 board, and then you hit randomly a 6 cost. But still, this means that for all the marbles we get 6 costs.
Yeah, and let's set the stage before we get into the meat of this game. 5 players, once again, 5 players are in check situations here. Sheep has a 6 point lead
Six.
over the next strongest player, Silver. So that means that if none of those 5 players win this game, Sheep is almost guaranteed to be taking this home. However, those 5 players are Sheep, of course, Silver, Scallywag, Wiglor, and Mai. So, are those players going to be able to find paths to victory in this final game?
I have a feeling that this game is going to be extremely scaling because 6 costs, even though 6 costs, the rates are only affected if you're level 10 or not, having one of those 6 costs on your board will always be a huge asset towards it. And second of all, you want to win. In simple, you just want to have a super strong board where no one else can go against you. You want to make sure you are the one that has the board that cannot be beaten to secure that first place.
Ooh, branching
Yeah.
out with the Academy emblem there for Mai. That's so powerful. And Pandora's bench coming in for Sheep. Wow!
Oh, I'm starting to see another. I'm starting to see another game of possibility, but except this time it's a bit more easier.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if Sheep is going to be leveling or is going to be rolling. With the Titan slammed on the Violet, I think that might be a family reroll angle. And I don't know if I love that to take home a first, but it might be a worthwhile gamble to try to extend your point lead. And if one of those players in the bottom is able to win this game, then you actually have secured your first place in that way.
yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this all pans out. You know, Wiglor has gone in for the tried and true uh here in the rebels, or at least the uh low cost rebel units with the singed here. So maybe we're going to put in this Akali for 3 rebel, maybe not, but we do see a step 2 as well, and a couple of trundles there waiting. So maybe Wiggler is going to wait until after this carousel to try and see maybe if we can pivot a little bit into the enforcer line, and maybe try to get that board underway, because he's certainly trying to keep his options open, which I don't hate here. Going up against Sheep, who has gone for the family line here, for the family reroll. So it's going to be on Violet for Sheep to get the victory here.
Yeah,
think-
I'm not particularly enthused about this Violet, but hey, it is what it is. As for Wiggler's spot, I have to agree that this spot doesn't start speaking to me just yet. I don't know what direction Wiggler has been offered so far, and that's a scary position to be in, because if you don't know what you're gonna end up playing, how are you supposed to make the right choices now? It's a much more difficult position than if you are able to commit to something on 2-1. I think you have to be open to as many outs as possible. The items are sort of leaning towards AP, but you don't really have a compelling backliner to start slamming those items on. I want to see what Wiglor is able to make out of this game, even as I know what Sheep wants to make out of this game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here because, like, not just taking it into the game, but also gonna take it into the stamina of the players right now. They have been playing for nearly 5 hours straight now. They can't. I don't know if they'll be able to keep up with all like the high pressure, and if they can even keep a clear mind. So seeing something like seeing what Sheep is doing, sticking to a comp straight at a certain game, I think that's pretty good because that means you don't have to think as much as you would if you have to keep pivoting left and right. You just need to play on what you think will probably be the strongest right now and stick with it because you don't need to think too much about it. You won't have risk over processing all the information trying to like get in at once.
Yeah, you know, there is such a thing as being tired here. So a lot of things are are at factor. A lot of our players maybe won't think too much about scouting others, and they maybe won't think too much about maybe trying to hold a unit or two, or trying to keep their pivot lines open. So you know how tired you are, and how mentally drained you are, especially in a tournament where you have technical difficulties. Delaying your games can be quite taxing, and can cause you to make a few mistakes here and there. So that is a very big factor. So you have to be still be thinking on your feet. You have to try to keep a level head, and see the best option for yourself.
I agree with you there, Deadly Ghost. When Parzival is coming into this position, I think you have to say to yourself, this is going to be our final game. I'm not going to be able to win it, but I can surely show up. And with the win streak that he's been able to build so far, with these 4 bruisers, I hope that he can, in fact, turn it into a 5 streak. But Thel Kuzavai is standing in the way. The Sunfire Cape on the Scar has survived for so long in this fight. That being said, Steb is standing up and falls down to Lux. Parzival's win streak's gonna be over. Thel Kuzavai's win streak gonna continue. Can that be a 5 streak? Can Thel Kuzavai do what hasn't been done so far and make a mark on this final day?
I mean, we're certainly hoping so. We see 4 bruisers here for Parzival. Yeah, I like the bruisers for as an opener here, but you're kind of banking on hitting some good augments later on. But yeah, Silver is going for some Draven action here with the Conquerors, but ooh, that's a very tough spot.
Yeah, now over encumbered is going to be something that you're waiting for when you're Silver here. I think that it remains. I can understand the decision to not level up aggressively when you don't have a next in, when you don't know what units you want to hold, you want to keep. I think keeping this amount of gold, you don't have a particularly strong streak. This is a bad loss, but you don't hate it. I am intrigued to see that Sheep is already level 5, though. I think that that is something that could come back to bite him, is like fully relying on Pandora's bench to be able to hit some of these family units, or alternatively, foregoing the family reroll option altogether, leveling up with this Pandora's bench, and if you do hit some of those 6 costs early on, you can start rolling them to try to hit the 2-star copies, right?
Yeah, but it's such a risky play to go for, because usually when you play Pandora's Bench, you play for one of two things: a 3-star 4 cost, or you go for one of the early reroll comps and try to get as many 3-stars as you can. So seeing Sheep go for neither at this point is a little bit concerning for me, and I have to think that maybe the tired factor has started to come in for Sheep, who had such an amazing start to this finals. But if Sheep doesn't do well here, he's 100% going to banking on Parzival or Telkusvai winning this game and helping him out in that way.
Yeah, like also at the same time, like once again, we're talking about his comp here. Like, why are you leveling up so soon for a family reroll, especially when you're like barely contested, if at all? Like, you, I mean, you could end out. You didn't have a good chance to try to end out your way with like playing for a really good family position, but also at the same time, like you can't just keep relying on Pandora's bench just to like get what you want, unless you want to play for something like really extreme late game and pivot from family to something else. But like, I don't know if that's really a clever move or if it's even the correct move.
The game continues to evolve. I think that Sheep is going to find more victories by leveling here, and maybe that's all that he wants. We've seen the way that he's been inclined to play for tempo, and this stage is going to, or this round is going to tell the whole tale. Is Sheep willing to level up to level 6 here and continue this win streak in order to play for some of these more esoteric win conditions with the Pandora's Bench?
It's another round of silver augments here. The power up for Parzival is giving him a gold augment here, but it just means that another silver lobby for another silver augment for our final lobby. So this means that restart mission coming in here for
Ireland
Mai.
State?
That would actually be really powerful, but uh that's a lot of good units here. So Mai definitely not in a bad position.
Yeah, but I do like some of the units I'm seeing here, but it's more like right now, how is he going to continue playing from here?
Yet another
Oh,
restart mission came through for Scallywag this time. I think that this does strike me as being a little bit more powerful as the other one that we saw. We're able to get both Garen and Scar 2 on this board. The backliner in Renata is sort of doing her best Heimerdinger impression, but altogether, these units and items seem to fit together well. Now you're going up against Wiglor, who's got the Kingslayer active, but I think that Scallywag has a higher chance of winning this fight because the backliner is upgraded, the DPS is coming through, and Scallywag has started to turn things around.
It's it's a lot of it's a lot of power there, especially with that 2-star Israel and the 2-star Renata. But that's bulky buddies coming in here for Telkusavai. He is a very big fan of this augment. Has taken it almost always that he's been offered it. So yeah, very interesting to see how this happens. Fire sale for sheep coming in. That's also another interesting one. But yeah, like you said here, Invective, he has stayed level 5. He's trying to reroll on level 5 here, but the Violet tree has not come in yet. The Powder tree has also not come in, and we're so far away from even getting to Draven and to Darius. So yeah, it's not looking too good for Sheep here.
Well, it's not looking too good, but it's not looking too bad. I think he's close enough to Violet and Powder that he could expect to hit them by the end of the stage. And that might be enough stabilization to either hit the Draven or to go up in levels and start playing for either the High Pit Fighter win out or the 6 costs win out. So I think there are still ways for Sheep to do it here. This carousel does offer some interesting possibilities. Sheep might be eyeing something like the Vi, the really
wait.
powerful pit fighter carry that you could fit onto this board,
Oh,
or you could roll for different forecasts, and Sheep is going to be able to get it after just barely getting third pick.
I
Yikers.
I'm genuinely a bit surprised that nobody went for the Vi. It like, huh?
Yeah, that was an undesirable item. So a lot of people have been focused on getting their items here on the carousels, and not a lot of focus on contesting others here. So I
Like,
mean, yeah,
understand
it.
understandable
Go ahead.
reason as well. Like, no, it's understandable that nobody was paying attention to it, but like also at the same time, it does mean something. It means that like he has a bit more like room to play around with because hitting that Vi early does mean that like you're not as worried about possibly level 8 or level 9 for possibly trying to go for a Vi if you want to hit level 9 for that 6 pit fighter. It's not that big of a problem anymore. All you need to worry about now is hitting all your basic units to 3 stars and then maybe some like other units like Urgot 2-star. And then afterwards just going to level 9 to find a Savika and then you have a pretty solid board.
Yeah, probably. I don't disagree with you there. Looking at Wiggler here, he does have a couple of these. He does have he does have the Kingslayer, like you said there, Invective. He does have a couple of Rebel units in, but the items that we're seeing here on the Vex are more fitting for a Heimerdinger board here. So maybe we're going to see some Heimerdinger Sentinels gameplay coming in, or maybe we're going to see some deep Rebel boards coming in.
I'm with you there. I think that Wiggler really needs to start maximizing the value of this augment. In the victories that we've seen, he gets a very hefty pay package after each of these ones. And I think if he's able to beat Parzival here, that Steb is not going to last forever against the damage that Vex is putting out. And Maddie is firing on the wrong backliner. So yeah, it's going to be another big payday. 6 gold into Wiggler's pockets, making the most out of the low HP that he was at.
Yep, like Wiggler is it's Wiggler. Yeah, Wiggler's finding a lot of value out of this Kingslayer. I think I'd say it has probably generated at least generated at least probably like 18 gold for him as well, which is quite a lot to think about. But the problem is right now is the items that we have mentioned earlier. We have been saying that this looks like a Heimerdinger line. If that is true, I do remember there is another player. I think it was he had an Academy emblem as well. So there could be like 2 or 3 players contesting the Heimerdinger line, and it is a bit worrying to think about. Oh wait,
So there's
wait.
there's a Bruiser emblem there coming in for. So I believe what Mai did was they reforged the Academy emblem, and they got the Bruiser emblem. But the thing is, once again, this is like the third game in a row where we've seen the Bruisers not work out, and the fact that we're forcing this Bruiser line so hard is, I'm gonna be honest, is very vexing to me.
I'm guessing I don't think we're right now a really big fan of how the Bruisers game has been going. This is part of none of the Bruisers games have gone really well. Like Twitch is still like a decent comp, but like when like not many players, if any at all, has found any success in this game. Like so I'm still a bit worried for how he's playing around this Bruisers line and try to introduce himself into like the Twitch and Caitlyn backline double carry.
I'm on the same page. I think that, in particular, this restart mission is a little bit awkward because if you don't get enough suitable units, then you aren't necessarily in the best position. This could be really interesting, though. The prismatic option for your final augment is going to give you plenty of opportunities to turn the story of the game around, and now you have to ask yourself which of these is going to be the best choice. And for I think the Radiant Refactor might be a comfortable choice, but it seems to be the best one right now. On that roll down, you can already see some value coming through, and Scallywag is going to be in a similar position, taking the Radiant Relics, and now finding some of those valuable forecasts, like the Corki 2 and like the Heimerdinger 1. The players in this lobby are getting strong once again, and I think the end of this game is going to be a banger, because there's a lot of power on offer, and that's interesting. Anger issues.
Anger issues.
What do you guys
on a family board?
What do you guys think of this actually? The anger issues on the family board.
I don't like it.
I mean, it does. I mean, Violet's spell does count as a couple of auto attacks in, but I really dislike this because unless you field in 6 pit fighter, the healing from pit fighter is not that powerful enough here, and sheep is going to suffer quite a bit. You know, Bruiser Crown coming in here for Parzival means he gets a lot more of those bruisers, but he still hasn't leveled to 8, still hasn't started rolling down, so I think he is a little bit behind on tempo, but he's not.
That is kind of strong, especially since this is a rebel comp. Swords overflow. There's quite a lot of power.
Only problem is that's a Gangplank 1.
Yeah,
And we missed the opportunity to put those death blades on the 2-star Ambessa, but yeah, that's
Oh well.
another death blade, because if 2 blades aren't enough, make sure you can get a third one in. But the problem is Scallywag has now hit Heimerdinger 2 and Corky 2 on the other side, so it's not looking too good for anyone not named Scallywag or Telkusovai, at least right now.
In
And
particular, my attention is drawn to Thelkusavai because if you take a look at these prismatic augments, not a lot of them are the sort of prismatic augments that are going to make the game much harder to play for everybody else. You have a few radiant items, you have a few item augments in general, such as the sword overflow. I feel like these don't necessarily cap people out super high. So if you look at the sources of value generation in this game, Thel Kusavai's HP and Thel Kusavai's win streak are up there. And he actually has one of these augments that multiplies the value of your base power. This Blazing Soul is going to cause this Silco to start each fight in a much more dominant way. And if Thel Kusavai is able to upgrade the Silco, is able to find the various pieces of this board, get to level 9, tap it out, I don't know if so far I've seen someone who's capable of challenging that.
yeah,
No, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, like, I don't really see Tell being contested in any way at all. Like, not like from character pools to like board like quality. I don't really see there's much competition right now for the time being. Like, Anomaly is coming up next, so we'll see how that goes, because maybe some Anomaly might appear and might just absolutely be able to send it away and possibly contest. But like, I don't know what else. But wait a second, did I see something wrong? I think I just saw something on. I think I saw like a Caitlyn and the two Twitches on someone else's spot. I don't know who it was though.
Maybe it could have been, but we are on this anomaly round, and protective shielding, actually, that is so powerful here, because what this dominator board sometimes does
Ooh.
lack is power in that front line. And with those shields, you're going to have some very good protection for your front line, and maybe even your back line, if you're going up against the board that has backline access.
Oh.
Oof, kill streak from Scallywag though, that's so powerful.
That. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I feel like a lot of these anomalies are that's a Malzahar too. I feel like a lot of these anomalies are anomalies that you feel like they can win the game. There's the
Yeah.
LeBlanc 2 as well. This is really interesting stuff. Nothing wasted. I'm actually not convinced that this is a powerful LeBlanc anomaly, but LeBlanc 2 is powerful in her own right.
Yeah, a lot.
100%.
Sorry. I do
No,
think a
no,
lot of players have. I do think a lot of players have found really high boards this season, because a lot of 2-star 5 cross out on level 8, and also really good anomalies to try to make up for those possibly like not so good augment picks as well. It's giving a lot of more suspense to what could happen this game as well.
Yeah,
But as
and
you
to be fair here, you have the LeBlanc too, but you've put the LeBlanc in the middle of the board, where any Elise, any other unit that has a stun here can just freely access her. And frontline Elise and stuns from frontline Elise have been so prevalent here, and so powerful for this whole set. I feel like we're almost making, rookie mistakes that we haven't seen since the start of the set.
it's really tough to play in a game 5 at the end of the
Yeah.
day when you've been challenged in so many different ways. Well, Victor's vision is going to start paying some dividends, as Grub has been offered the Warwick, but I don't think Grub believes there's a place for Warwick on their board, and that makes things considerably more difficult. Now you are probably going to be forced to sell one of these 5 costs or 4 costs that you've been rolling around with in order to upgrade the Silco, and I feel like you actually can't deliberate for this long because you need to make a positioning decision. You need to have a little bit more awareness as you're going up against one of the more powerful players in this lobby in Sheep. That Violet could make things a very ugly day for Grub, as I don't know if there's enough damage to take her out.
Wait, why is free down low though? LeBlanc gets killed. But I don't think it's enough.
This LeBlanc has just enough damage to take out the Violet, but the problem is the rest of Sheep's board is slowly coming together as well, and Grub is going to be getting eliminated into 8th place here, and I feel like we once again find ourselves in a position where Sheep is the top dog in the lobby, and everyone else is trying to play catch up with him.
Yeah, like once again, we were all like a little bit questioning about that. What was the last trade again? Anger issues again, but it's surprising starting to find a fair bit of value right now since it's doing a lot of work right now, and the Violets, the Vi Gangplank, getting these games to rage, they're able to stack up the damage really fast as well, especially with the fact that every 2 games 2 stacks there is extra damage getting on, so it's scaling very well as the fight goes along.
I think I would still maintain that this is not going to be... I would maintain that this is not going to be a game-winning composition from Sheep. But if Sheep can count on someone like Velkusavai to beat everybody else, that is a way for Sheep to win. I think that it's just a little bit frustrating because, like, yeah, you are in a... Whoa. Whoa. My found something very cool. The Bruiser Warwick up there in the front line. So far, Mai hasn't been finding that much success with this Bruiser board. No one has on this day, but this is certainly a very cool looking version of it.
100% here. And we have 6 Bruiser online as well. We have the Twitch too. We have the Warwick. So this means that this board, well, it's basically do or die for this board, but you're really banking on this board doing so well for you. And I think you are very happy to come into Telkusavai, who's still trying to slowly level up to 9 and get those upgrades in, because Telkusavai has been, with that early win streak, has been saving up a lot of gold, but I believe Telkusavai will have enough to level up after this carousel round and still be on 50 gold, and then maybe roll down for LeBlanc to Silco to maybe even fit in 6 Dominators if he can get this Mordekaiser.
There are very powerful options here on the carousel, and I think the Mordekaiser is certainly one of them that you called out. Sheep's not going to deny it, knows that if Velkusfy wins the game, Sheep also basically just wins the game. So yeah, there is that Mordekaiser. The real problem is that some of the other players might have wanted to deny it. And as you take a look around, Mai is going to be getting even stronger with the Sterak's Gauge, has the opportunity to put that on one of these frontliners, take advantage of all that extra HP, and I think Warwick is an ideal target.
Ooh, that Sterak's Gauge is going to be so powerful. You have the blue buff and the Jeweled Gauntlet on the Caitlyn. So this just means that this Caitlyn is going to cast much more quickly, but yeah, it's a very powerful board here from Mai, but I think, going up into someone like Scallywag, who has double 2-star forecast, is so difficult.
Oh, wait, the Warwick's going down really low. It's going down really low, but Twitch trying to stack up very quick. Wait, I don't think it's fast enough, and I think that's Mai gone.
Oh, that's a very tough matchup. You can see that there are some sources of Sunder on Mai's board. Caitlyn is going to reduce armor, and I believe Mai's Twitch is the Twitch that had mini-me's, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't fast enough to deal with 2 Bramble Vests and such a beefy front line. I think Scallywag has put themselves in a powerful position this game. It's admirable gameplay, even if it's not necessarily the gameplay that's going to win the game. It's still very cool to see. Over on the other hand, Sheep was able to pick up a family emblem from the carousel, so that is part of the value that they've since been able to receive. And this Vi, paired up with the younger version of herself, is actually looking a little bit scary.
It's looking so difficult for everyone else in the lobby to even try and contest this. Silver has Silver has the scrap line and the scrap board with the sword overflow
I,
that is currently taking
ooh, I think it's
down.
enough. I
I
think it's
think
just
it should
enough.
be enough. It should be enough here for from Silver to take down
Wait,
the board.
no.
The Mel, the Mel coming in here for Sheep and saving him right at the end. Now, I want to take a quick look at the board from Telkusvai because he leveled up to 9 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he leveled up to 9. He fielded in 6 Dominator. He found the 2-star Silco. He is one off Mordekaiser 2, one off LeBlanc 2, which means once those upgrades are coming in, this is probably going to be the board to beat.
Yeah, Velkusfy needs those in the next round, though. Things are getting awfully close, and you don't want to leave it down to something like 1 HP, a tiebreaker, a single round. So this roll down is going to be impactful. 20 gold to spend, and you hit the Mordekaiser very early, so now you have the opportunity to pick an advantageous item for him. I wouldn't mind the Adaptive Helm. And it is going to be selected. It is going to be completed. That's a terror in the front line. And who is he going to fight this round? Is he going to fight Scallywag, which might be an elimination? Or is he going to fight Sheep and take Sheep down a peg, putting him a little bit more at risk? It's a ghost fight. Nobody's getting Fel Crucify this round.
I think
it's pretty
everyone's
fortunate
breathing
for
a
the
sigh
first.
of yeah. Everyone else is breathing a sigh of relief that Telkusvai is not going up against them because look at that Mordekaiser go. That Mordekaiser is just...
Wait, the Mordekaiser's gone though. But we'll see if
Yeah,
the
but
does enough there. No,
you
it doesn't.
have the Silco, you have the LeBlanc. It's not enough, and that Blitzcrank actually with the Thornmail in the front line is doing so much.
Annihilation.
As Silver is going to eliminate Parsival there, so
By just enough.
it's down to Silver, Sheep, and Telkusvai in our final game here. And ladies, gentlemen, Dempers, I hope that you guys have been watching and have been patiently
Oh,
awaiting the end here because Silver and Sheep are the 2 point leaders, and Telkusvai has been our regular season best performing player. So it's only fitting that this last game, the 3 of them are left.
okay, let's get into the fight there. Silver against Telkusavai. As you can see, Saya's charging through. That's a huge charge, and it did manage to stun up a lot, but it's not enough. Mordecai is trying to stress as much as he can. He's getting it down really low and really fast as well. He's still alive. The Mordecai's still alive. Wait, what? Oh, it's costing down,
Silver
but I
is
don't
going to
think it's
get
enough.
dominated. Sheep just won.
I think Sheep just wins. Even if he loses
Sheep-
this game.
Sheep just won the tournament. It doesn't matter if Sheep will win or if Telkusvai will be taking the victory lap in this game number 5. Sheep has secured the victory, and we do have a champion for the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series Spring Split. And this means that now it's only up to the final 2 rounds. Will Telkusvai give Sheep the victory, or will he say, I'm just gonna prove to you that I'm the better TFT player, at least in one game?
If you look at the story of these two players' seasons, if you look at the way that they've been able to match up against one another, last time we saw them, they were trading blows in the semifinals. In their competitive history, they've both been champions, and at this point, they are volleying the championship around with one another like tennis because it is so very close. And even though he wasn't really better on the day, Fel Kusavai is demonstrating that, as you said, in this game, he has been the better player. In this game, he has been able to finally make a mark on the day to get a first place. And you have to imagine that if things worked out just slightly better in one of those 2 earlier games where he took big risks, tried to go for 10 Rebels, Fel Kusavai would have been able to close it out with this first place. But no, that didn't happen. Instead, despite what it looks like, Fel Kusavai gonna win this game, Sheep is going to win the day, and Sheep maybe have been a little bit of an unsung competitor in this season, but in the history of the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series, I think that Sheep definitely deserves a very proper place as a 2-time champion.
100% agreeing with you there. And it's not to say that Sheep hasn't been performing performing that well, especially because you have Sheep was the regular season second place, so they were trading blow for blow. This there's a Mordekaiser as well for Sheep, but it's not going to be enough because this board from Telkusva is so powerful, and Jin is shooting towards all the planets, is going to take out Sheep here, and is going to take a victory in game number 5 and take about Telkusvai, our champion of the previous set, against the champion of this set. And once again, congratulations to Sheep for being our champion for our spring split in the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series for the Into the Arcane TFT set.
Yeah,
Yep,
Sheep.
and it was a. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, yeah, all you.
No, this is a very poetic ending to end this set as well. First and second place going against each other in the final games, semi-finals. Once again, these two trading back and forth for seconds, and even in the finals, in the final game, we still get to see the ending between these two in a 1v1. And although Telkusify has won the game, we still have to congratulate Sheep for being the final winner of the Irish Collegiate for TFT Set 13.
Yeah, let's take a look back on Sheep's day. Sheep had some amazing performances, particularly early on in the day with 2 first places. But then you consider in the performances since then, I think Sheep recognized that not all of them were positions from which he could reliably win the game, but they were positions from which he could reliably extend a point lead. So that heading into the final game, he was still at threat of being checkmated by one of 4 other players. But despite that, he had a 6-point lead over the next competitor. And that meant that in this final situation, he was actually able to rely on his fellow champion, Thelkuzavai, to dominate the rest of the lobby, and he actually came in second place anyways. A dominant performance on the final day. Congratulations from me, from the rest of the desk to Sheep, once again. As we close things out, I would love if we could all give a little bit of shout out to people that we care about, people that have supported us, and above all to our sponsors, to Riot, and to Heltic, our producer, who has been behind the scenes. So if you have some individual shout outs, go ahead and yeah.
I think I'm going to let real control start with this
Huh?
one.
This is kind of sudden. Shout out. I think really there's only really one person I really shout out, and it's an entire not a person, the group, the entire group of the Irish Collegiate, the people who are making this possible. Thank you for having a chance, giving us a chance to try and enjoy esports in as pure of a way as possible, giving us the stage to do this, and also as well thank the production crew for allowing me to have a chance to try and cast for you guys, which I have enjoyed as well. And yeah, I think that's really it. To be honest, yeah.
Invective, I'm gonna give the floor to you next.
Sure. I'd like to give a big thank you to the variety of people who've supported me in casting. With particular thanks to Aegis, which is a league that I think that a lot of the players in this league would find themselves at home in, and one of Aegis's sort of amateur level competitive leagues. I think that the Masters League or the Ascension League would be a great place for these players to test their skills, but they also gave me an awesome platform to start casting. I think that as for shoutouts relevant to this tournament, I think that Heltic, I'm just going to thank Heltic again. I feel like he's like a turbo workhorse, and I appreciate both of you, my fellow casters, because I mean, it's it's hard to do 5 games in a row. It's hard to show up week after week for something like this. Particularly you guys who are in a more precarious time zone for it. So I appreciate it a lot. It's a lot of fun, and you make it a lot of fun.
I mean, we survived it all. We survived technical difficulties. We survived tournament realm not working for us. We survived laptops crashing, PCs crashing, and in the end, we still managed to get the champion. And I want to give a huge shout out to you two for being my co-casters for this spring split. And I myself want to give a huge shout out to Sheep, who is now current champion. I want to give a shout out to all of the finalists, all of the players. Also, a huge shout out to Eltic, who's doing the work of 6 people behind the scenes. Yeah, this has been the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series Spring Split Finals. Brought presented by Coca Noodles, but also a huge shout out to our other sponsors in Dogpatch Labs, Stack, GG Machines, Played, Logitech, and the Ireland Esports Collegiate Series Spring Split Finals presented by Coca Noodles will be back tomorrow for uh, three more titles. So if you don't have anything else to do this weekend, you can tune in on Saturday to watch the Overwatch 2 finals, the Rocket League finals, and the League of Legends finals, or on Sunday to watch the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals. I've been the Ghost. With me have been Invective and the Real Control. Congratulations once again to Sheep, and I bid you all a good night.